It is a rare Sunday edition of the flagship podcast, the Tru Heel Heat YouTube channel. Took a couple of days off. You haven't seen me live on this channel since Thursday. I had Friday and Saturday off from live streams, at least on this channel. If you wanted to see me, you could have seen me on Tru Heel Heat Sports and Entertainment talking about NBA news. But we're back at it on a Sunday for the flagship podcast to discuss everything going on in the world of professional wrestling. We're coming off the heels of last weekend's AEW Revolution, and what a show that was. The returns of Will Ospreay, Kenny Omega, Adam Copeland, Christian Cage, the debut of Ronda Rousey, MJF surviving Texas death, and Hangman Adam Page no longer to get a shot at the AEW World Championship. But we didn't have a lot of time to praise and talk about that show because Ricochet wanted to be stupid online. I'm glad you all got THH. We're going to talk all about that controversy as well as Timeless Toni Storm reportedly not cleared for the rest of 2026. We'll discuss what we think about that news as well on today's show. But we got a lot to talk about in the world of WWE as the road to WrestleMania continues on. Randy Orton has explained his heel turn over on Friday Night SmackDown and destroyed Matt Cardona with words and actions. We also got a discussion on Monday Night Raw where Roman and Punk had their latest face-off where CM Punk got really offended because he was old. But in better news, Oba Femi looks to be the next WWE top star as he has answered Brock Lesnar's open challenge. Elsewhere, you got in New Japan Pro Wrestling, the New Japan Cup has concluded, and New Japan is our solace because while WWE tries to put together their crazy creative for WrestleMania and AEW kind of let us down with the follow-up to Revolution on Dynamite this week, New Japan is going and booming right now with the new generation as my boy 23-year-old Callum Newman is our New Japan Cup winner, the youngest of all time, and he's got a shot at the IWGP Heavyweight Championship, so we'll discuss that. Over in CMLL, for those fans, they're booming as well as there's a new CMLL World Heavyweight Champion, and he is a wizard. So we're going to discuss that as well. We got some Stardom to discuss. We got AAA, Reina de Reis to discuss, and TNA and ROH. So we got a lot to do. It is the Tru Heel Heat flagship podcast. Let's get to it.
Hello, this is RJ City, and I am ethically opposed to any more wrestling podcasts. I don't know why you guys are talking about wrestling. It is a niche product. It is a very small industry. Yet, at this point, there's more wrestling podcasts than there are wrestlers. There is something wrong with society as a whole, but as you get smaller and smaller into wrestling, and then the wrestling podcast sphere, it gets even worse. And one such example, if I may turn on the microscope and look at the drudgery that happens to be Tru Heel Heat, SP3, Sid, this is your fault.
Yes, it is I, Holly Cameron, and I'm in your phones, but I'm also making an appearance for Tru Heel Heat. I've been told it's a fantastic podcast. Why haven't you had me on it, huh? Where's my invitation? I think you guys need to feel the wrath. I'm at Comic-Con today, but I think we need to get some, some wrath in the show. So let me know. And though I might generally be regarded as a very bubbly, upbeat person, you're watching Tru Heel Heat.
Hello. It is me, your Tru Heel Phenom, SP3, and we are live on the Tru Heel Heat YouTube and Facebook for the latest edition, a special Sunday edition of our flagship podcast, Tru Heel Heat 373, Timeless Revolutions, Crowning Princes, and Aging Old Men, discussing the latest wrestling news, including Timeless Toni Storm potentially being out of action for the rest of 2026, Ricochet causing drama and controversy on social media, a recap of this week in wrestling with our AEW Revolution featuring Hangman Page no longer being able to challenge for the AEW World Championship, as well as the returns of Will Ospreay, Kenny Omega, Cope, and Cage, and the debut of Ronda Rousey. Last Saturday's Collision featuring Andrade El Idolo versus Masquerade Dorada in a banger. Last night's Slam Dunk Saturday edition of Collision. Dynamite featuring Ospreay's in-ring return. You had ROH TV STARDOM Cinderella Tournament Final featuring Hanan winning the Sacred Dress. New Japan Pro Wrestling's New Japan Cup conclusion featuring Callum Newman becoming the youngest ever winner. This week in CMLL with a new CMLL World Heavyweight Champion being crowned. WWE SmackDown featuring Randy Orton speaking on his heel turn on Cody Rhodes. Raw on Netflix featuring Oba Femi accepting Brock Lesnar's open challenge for WrestleMania 42. NXT featuring Booker T Appreciation Night. Evolve featuring Aaron Rurik winning the Evolve Men's Championship. AAA Reina de Reyes Night 1 and 2. TNA Thursday Night Impact, plus much more. And to break it all down, to discuss it all, we got our good brothers on the cast today, including birthday boy himself. He is the true draw. Josh, happy birthday. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. I'm seeing in the chat that apparently I'm 27. I wish I was 27.
Hey, time works in a reverse, sir. Time works in reverse.
Oh, no one. You see. Negro Buck got me back.
I mean, you're at least 27, right? We can say that. That's a truthful fact, right?
That's a truthful statement. If you're more than 27, you are definitely 27.
I mean, like if you're talking about like FanDuel, like it says 27 plus on like FanDuel, then yeah.
There you go. There you go. Now all you have to do is hit that 27 mark. You don't have to be at 27. You can get 37, 38. You're fine. But we also got with us today no Chrissy Love. Shout outs to her. She's working. She's busy on this Sunday. So we had to call in our sixth man, really, pretty much, for the flagship podcast as of late. He is the Dirt Sheet Radio founder and host himself, John Escudero. How you doing, John?
I'm good, brother. I'm great. I came to celebrate Josh's birthday with everyone. We're going to have a good time today.
Absolutely. It's a birthday celebration Sunday for us. And you're coming off the heels of a celebration of your own in Los Angeles. Where last time we saw you on the channel, you were at Disneyland. How was Disneyland?
Oh man, what else can you say about Disneyland that people don't always say? It's everything everybody always says it is. The happiest place on earth. It's gonna rob you of all your money. We made dreams come true with the kids, so that's what really matters. I'm feeling accomplished. We had a good week, but it's back to work now. It's like right back into it's like wrestling never stops. You know,
No, I thought I was gonna have a nice little Sunday. Our producer isn't here. He's on his honeymoon. Shout outs to baby Seth. And I was like, yeah, it's not gonna be that much wrestling going on. There's no pay-per-views this weekend. Nope. It had a whole bunch of news, whole bunch of dramas that we have to discuss on today's show.
Actually, Friday, I do my Friday coverage all the time, which is not hard, but it's like SmackDown and CML almost at the same time. I thought I was done. I was like regular Friday, like, oh God, thank goodness this is done. And then I get a message like, hey man, you covering the New Japan finals? Like, fuck. So, but I watched it. It's all good. It was great.
Yeah, I was thankful that we weren't on this Saturday because that's a lot to cover. Like, if you got the New Japan Cup in the morning and then I have to prepare for the podcast, I would have been all discombobulated yesterday. So I am glad that we're on a Sunday today because of the New Japan Cup final, which is weird because usually the main New Japan shows happen on Sundays. So it's kind of weird this week, but it happens. But we appreciate y'all for joining us live. We appreciate y'all for watching us on demand. Remember to show your appreciation back. The simplest way possible is by dropping a thumbs up on the video. That helps us out so much. You can also share this video with all your wrestling fans, friends, and family on all your favorite social media platforms. If you are new to the Tru Heel Heat YouTube channel, hit that subscribe button, hit the bell to stay notified for all the great content here. You can also hype the video if you're watching us on demand. Also, if you're watching us on demand, comment down below. Let us know what you thought about this week in wrestling, AEW Revolution, all the way through to last night's Slam Dunk Collision. You can also share your thoughts in the live chat if you want to be a part of the show. We'll try to highlight as many of your comments as possible. But of course, if you're feeling generous, you want to give back to what we do here. You show your support to the Tru Heat YouTube channel in the best way possible with our flagship podcast. You could do so with a super chat donation. Any dollar amount matters. It goes back to the contributors that you see on screen with us here. And we always appreciate the support, like from our good brother, the Negro Bug, Nick Jackson. Nick Jackson's like, you guys are on a Sunday. I can actually send a super chat, show some love in the chat. Thank you so much, Negro Buck. We got to run in before we get to it. What are you eating?
Oh, hell yeah.
Say hi to John and Josh.
I'm eating Mr. Tay.
Say hi, Josh and John.
Hi, Josh and John. I'm eating Mr. Tay.
Don't eat with your mouth.
Nice.
Mr.
Hey, technically, she's not chewing anything, right? Smashed potatoes.
This is true. This is true. This is true. But she shouldn't be talking with her mouth full. All right, thank you. You wanted everybody to see you eating the mashed potatoes. Okay, I understand. All right. This is it. One day when I pass the torch to her, this is just gonna become a food channel. I'm pretty sure it's either gonna become at least she didn't put the mashed potatoes in my face. If you saw in the weeds where she tried to give me a spa day and she had rejuvenation cream and she put it all over my face. It was hilarious because Sean Ross Sapp was trying to have a serious conversation about everybody harassing him about Ricochet this week, and then Harlem came in and just did that.
I don't want to say how appropriate that is.
It was so funny because Sean was like, "Yeah, why didn't you get on this guy for covering the Ricochet?" But yes, thank you so much, Negro Buck, for the super chat donation. He says, happy belated 27th birthday to True Draw Josh. Pretty cool that we're the same age now. Laughing emoji. Much love, brother, with the prayer emoji. Look at him. Showing you love, Josh.
Shit, we're the same age, man. What Earth is this? Earth 85, 86? I don't know. Because
it is also technically it's a belated 27th birthday wish. There's nothing false about that. It's belated. It might be belated by 10 years, but it's belated.
Pretty close. Pretty close. It's in within a decade, I guess. We got Jordan who says, happy birthday, Josh. We got a bunch of love for you in the chat here today. We appreciate y'all so much. We got our boy Fessy Fess who says, missed y'all yesterday. I'm like, where the hell is the stream? This is why you gotta watch in between the week. We announce it. We also got on our community tab our schedule for the week. We try to let y'all know if we're switching things up for the week. But Josh, you were busy at was it big event or the convention? How was it?
Yeah, it was a big event. It was fun. Dealing with a lot of wrestling nerds there. Obviously a lot of them know we're deodorant, so that was always, that's always a challenge. But besides that, I mean, I got to meet everybody that I wanted to meet. I met Toni Storm. With the week that's been going on with her, Her still showing up, that was a plus for me. But you could definitely tell she's there's something wrong. Mina was there as well. I met Mina. She was really nice. She sang happy birthday to me. I was like, oh shit, cool. That was nice of her. She didn't have to do that. And then, I met some other people. I met the women's tag champs. So it was cool. I mean, and I met Okada. I did a pro photo op with Okada. I can't miss that. He's great. He's a.
Did he call you a bitch? He said,
no,
happy
thank
birthday,
God.
bitch.
No, he didn't say happy birthday. He didn't say bitch. Thank God.
He should have called you a bitch.
I was like, believe me, I was like, please don't, and then he did.
He's like, not in front of my fiance, please, please, Mr. Okada. Oh my God. King Greg says happy birthday to Josh. We also got Chuck Berry's with a lot of losses this week. It always happens in threes, it seems like. We're going to talk about from the wrestling world who we lost this week as well, but he's sending an R.I.P. shout out to Chuck Norris as well as Kiki Shepherd, legendary Showtime at the Apollo hostess. I grew up on Kiki Shepherd. I know you probably did too, John. The Saturday nights at the Apollo and Kiki making people rub the wood was always my highlight.
That was rough. It's one of those things where you don't think about it, and then you see the name, like, we lost Kiki Shepherd, and that's, it's like a flood of memories comes back. Like, holy shit. Yeah, it's actually been rough with losses, like in every industry almost. Like everyone has lost someone this week, and they say it comes in threes. But I was like, this feels like six. Like, why would it stop?
A lot in a row. And Chuck Norris, man, I thought that guy would never pass away. Like, it's because of all the Chuck Norris jokes that are out there. Like, he didn't pass away. Death passed him or something like that. That would be the joke about Chuck Norris. But yeah, the Chuck Norris, man, he is connected to the world of wrestling. One for being the enforcer for the casket match at Survivor Series 1994 between The Undertaker and Yokozuna, but more importantly, for Walker Texas Ranger, which was always connected to my Monday Night Raw experience growing up, is seeing Walker Texas Ranger on right before Monday Night Raw started. I used to watch that with my stepdad. My stepdad would watch Walker Texas Ranger with me, and then he'd be like, oh, Raw's about to start. Let me get the hell up out of here. So that's how we used to spend our Monday night. So shout out to Walker Texas Ranger, R.I.P. Chuck Norris.
I did an R.I.P. thing for Chuck Norris, and I got in trouble. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't know. Like, I didn't know there was a controversy until afterwards. I was like, oh, okay. Well, I like the TV character. I can never say, like, you should not assume I'm like, yeah, I love this person. I don't know who they are. But I like the performances I've seen. I know he was a well-known trumper. I did get that. I didn't know. I didn't know anything. I don't usually. I guess ignorance is not innocence, but I didn't know.
I wasn't aware. I didn't know of his political stance, guys. Oh, we got another happy birthday shout out to Fessy Fess in the chat, whose birthday was on Thursday. Happy birthday, good brother. Happy real
enjoy the youth.
Yes, indeed. We got people in the chat who are calling Negro Buck actually 15 because Josh always says he's 15. He says, if I was actually 15, how would I have been following THH for the last 8 years? THH is for the kids as well. We got Harlem on the show all the time, so. For the
whole gang of 7-year-olds out there. Just
and we're respectful. We use good language. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Good-ish language, I guess. We got another super chat donation here. Thank you so much, Chuck Berries, for the support. Who says, "Happy Born Day, True Draw Josh. May all of the wrestling bums continue to bring you laughter on this special day." LOL.
Oh man, especially Friday. Oh, Friday was a special one. Matt Cardona, I tell you, man, that fucking.
What do you fucking call him, bro?
Mark ass stooge, indie nerd.
That came from the bottom of his soul.
It did. I was like,
he was
Orton,
waiting
tell
for
how
that
you really
shit.
feel.
He was waiting for that shit. He was like, I'm gonna wait for the first moment. Wait. And then guess what? McIntyre decided to step up to him, and he couldn't take it no more.
Kevin Owens is somewhere laughing and laughing and laughing.
He's like, I told you how we really feel. I was honest with you beforehand. We also got another super chat donation. Thank you so much, Vala, for the support. He says Nick got access to the credit card on Sundays. Being 15 is tough. I know the bit too. I've been here long enough. There you go. Hey, 15-year-olds, man. The mom lets you get their credit card on the weekend. They don't look at the charges. They know what's about to happen. You know, they know the deal. We also got a bunch of all the shout outs for Josh, a bunch of happy birthdays, a bunch of haze in the chat. Keep them coming in. Oh, Xander from Buffy as well. So we're losing people from the TV world, martial arts movies, Kiki Shepherd from Showtime at the Apollo, the wrestling world. Damn. You're absolutely right, John. It was a lot of losses this week.
Yeah, lost a big comic book creator too in the Max. I don't know if you guys remember there was an MTV cartoon, the Max. I was like, damn, what's going on?
Damn. And then also want to talk about losses, not as serious of a loss as the ones we've already addressed, but the Black community lost Oba Femi this week. I didn't put that in the agenda, so I'll just highlight this comment here. Mr. Tom says, so Oba is a Joe Rogan and Elon Musk fan. I know that pained a whole bunch of Black wrestling fans so much.
I try to think about it, like I try to look at it, like I was trying to make it make sense, you know. And I feel like there's a lot of younger people who got sucked into that sphere of content without really thinking about it when they were too young to think about it, and then they grew up listening to it and it kind of shaped who they are. I was trying to find a way to make it make sense, but here's hoping he learns. he grows and learns. He's a big boy, right? But he's got to be, he's like 20 something still. I'm hoping that his frontal cortex or whatever hasn't finished developing and he'll figure it out.
We got a whole bunch of people. Manosphere Femi, MAGA Femi. Y'all are wild. Oh man, and yeah, he is.
20. Yeah, when I heard that, man, I was like, oh,
hey, that's pretty old. That's older than I thought. Not gonna lie.
He was like, if this was Javon Evans, I'd be like, oh, he'll grow up one day. 28, man, you nearly 30. You nearly 30.
And then the worst. And the funny thing that happened, right? Somebody on, right? It was a white guy. He was like, "Oh, we could keep Oba and y'all could keep Brody and I forgot somebody else, right?" And everyone was like, "Huh?" Like they're looking at him because he's white. So they started posting up the Leonardo DiCaprio and Samuel Jackson.
I love it. But yes, how we start off every edition of our flagship podcast. We started off with the Tru Heel Roll Call, our top 3 conversation starters on our Tru Heels group page, our Tru Heel Trinity. We got Jermaine Packman, Joe Bellini, and Stewie John Palmer. Our Patreon backers, you got Volub, you got Negro Buck Nick Jackson, you got Professor Chris, Trey, Robert, Steve, Ladarius, John Martin, Dolores, James, Alan Santo, Justin Ridge, Chuck Berries, and Josh D from CT. Thank you so much for supporting us over at patreon.com/Tru Heel Heat. $3 a month gets you exclusive content. The best place to support us when we are not live here, and we always appreciate the support over there. But without further ado, let's get into what we missed. And we're going to start all the way last weekend with AEW Revolution live from Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles, California, what a lot of people are calling one of the greatest AEW pay-per-views of all time. The show featured in the main event MJF defeating Hangman Adam Page in what was an absolutely batshit insane, brutal, bloody, graphic and all around outstanding Texas Deathmatch main event to retain the AEW World Championship. Thanks to the loss here, Hangman Adam Page can now he has vowed to no longer challenge for the AEW World Title as long as he lives. This match had syringes, it had dog collar, it had explosions, and it had, in my opinion, one of the best finishes to an AEW pay-per-view main event in a very long time. The Dynamite Diamond Ring that has become a central factor in this rivalry was used before MJF hung Hangman over the top rope in a similar fashion to how Hangman won the world title last year, to stand tall and win the Texas Death Match. But elsewhere, you had other match of the year candidates, as you had Jon Moxley beat Konosuke Takeshita in what was a tremendous encounter to retain the AEW Continental Championship. Post-match, Moxley shook hands with Takeshita in a show of respect. Then we got a special vignette which marked the return of the one and only aerial assassin himself, Will Ospreay. Ospreay making his return for the first time since August of last year, and he went right after Mox for revenge for taking him out. He also got to lay out the Death Riders, where it only took Ospreay about a minute and a half before he did something completely crazy for a man who just had double fusion neck surgery to show that he is coming after Mox and the Death Riders. You had Timeless Toni Storm picked up a win over Marina Shafir, which featured bites to the foot and the titty in a very good matchup. Post-match, to the shock of all of us, Ronda Rousey made her AEW debut and confronted Storm before security got between them, which allowed Shafir to knock out Toni with a right hand. You had Willow Nightingale retain the TBS championship over Lena Cross on the 0 hour pre-show. Post-match, Divine Dominion attacked her, which led into the main card where Megan Bayne and Lena Cross captured the AEW Women's World Tag Team Championships against the Babes of Wrath in a strong showing for the duo. Elsewhere on 0 hour, you had Jack Perry scored the victory in the 21-man Blackjack Battle Royale to win the AEW National Championship by last eliminating Ricochet. Tekla beat Chris Statlander in a good 2 out of 3 falls match to retain the AEW Women's World Championship. Mystico and Jet Speed defeated the Don Callis families, Kyle Fletcher, Kazuchika Okada, and Mark Davis in a spectacular trios affair to win the AEW World Trios Championships. Post-match, Mystico was announced as being hashtag All Elite, becoming the latest dual contracted star from CMLL. Swerve Strickland picked up a win over Brody King in a brutal straight up banger that these two men had, where Swerve apparently became the #1 contender for the AEW World Title, even though he wasn't aware of it until Wednesday night. Post-match, Swerve attempted to stomp Brody's head into a cinder block until Kenny Omega made his return to make the save. Orange Cassidy, Roderick Strong, and Darby Allin pulled off the win over the Dogs in a fun Tornado Trios matchup on the card. And then finally, you had in the opener to the show, FTR defeated the Young Bucks. First, you had Andrade El Idolo beat Bandito in a sensational encounter, another one that a lot of people are calling a match of the year candidate. And then you had that opener to the show where FTR defeated the Young Bucks in an absolutely phenomenal opener to the show to retain the AEW World Tag Team Championships. Amazing storytelling, the great action that these two teams can deliver. And this was arguably the best matchup of their series in AEW. Post-match, you had Adam Copeland and Christian Cage made their returns to AEW for the first time since September of last year as they attacked FTR, showed that they were coming after the AEW World Tag Team titles until the Young Bucks got into the ring to stare them down. What a show. Multiple matches that are considered match of the year candidates to a lot of people, whether it was the Texas Death Match, whether it was FTR and the Bucks, Mox and Takeshita, Bandito and Andrade. Big moments like Hangman no longer being able to challenge for the AEW World Championship, the big returns of Ospreay, Omega, Cope and Cage, Ronda Rousey showing up in an AEW ring. You were there live, John. What was your overall thoughts a week later on Revolution? Let the people know.
Yeah, I mean, when I talked for a little while last week with you guys, I mentioned how I was like, what I was thinking it might be the greatest show I've ever been to, but I think after a week of sitting on it, I'm pretty damn certain. Like that is the greatest wrestling show I've ever attended, hands down. Just not even a question. The happenings of the show, the follow up. There are a couple things that I know people were a little controversial. Like one of them being like Ronda's appearance at all.
Yeah.
I think it's disingenuous when people are like, oh, when Ronda appeared, they booed her out of the building. Like if it was like. That's actually the intended reaction. So I was like, okay, that's weird. Like, I feel like if it was quiet, then that would be the kind of thing you would be talking about. But it worked is the thing that it seems to be ignored here. Like the moment in the vacuum, whether the follow-up was going to be worth it or not, now we might never know. But that moment at that time when it happened, it was a cool moment. It was a great moment. I watched it again last night, finally watched the pay-per-view. And Toni Storm just like being in bliss until she realizes there's another person here, and she's just absolutely just walking up to the challenge with her weird Toni Stormness. I loved that moment. Like that was such a great character moment for Toni Storm because like we know in the context of AEW, we know she's like a beast. She's not scared. She's been world champion multiple times, but she's never really had something that's supposed to be like looming, like dominant type thing. So watching her like walk up to it with no fear was so good. I was like, damn, it sucks that we're not gonna get a follow up to this ever. I'm pretty sure we're never gonna get a follow up to that moment. But yeah, pretty much everything else you said is on point. What else can I say about the rest of the show that hasn't been said already? Matches of the year over and over again. FTR, Bucks, Edge, and Christian. I never put that triangle together in my head. Actually, I was just like, this is so obvious. How did I not see this? This is fucking incredible. Like, I guess worry about what Edge and Christian are actually gonna do in a ladder match at this age, but the novelty of it still interests me.
I think they're smart enough to know how to work that, and they got the Bucks there. Cash Wheeler has shown that he's an absolute maniac when it comes to any type of matchup, let alone him having to put on a 5-star ladder match with his idols in Edge and Christian. I'm sure he's gonna be taking a lot of the bumps in that matchup, and I know Dax Harwood is an absolute maniac himself, so I have no doubt that can deliver. My question that we debated on in the Tru Heel Heat chat, Josh, do you think that's for Wembley, or they think they're going to do that? They're going to pull the trigger on that earlier. John,
the ladder match. I think the TLC stuff, the triple threat. I think it's going to be Wembley all in. I think you should do it there. Regardless, like I'm going to Double or Nothing. As long as I get a great match, I don't give a fuck what it is.
You'll probably get Edge and Christian versus the Bucks, like straight up.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, and I think that's 100% fine. Honestly, like I don't mind that at all. That's still a prominent match. Because at the end of the day, the way they building up All In and the way that they've showcased All In ever since they got the rights back and they've been doing it. This is kind of your WrestleMania, so you got to put the biggest matches for that show matter. Regardless if you're not going or not. I mean, that's what you got to do for business. You got to sell those tickets. The goal that they have is to pack that building, and that's the prominent match. That you do that, something like that, at All In, and I'm 100% for that, honestly.
And they already showed that they were smart they did a bunch of angles on this show, which I think were intended to be like, hey guys, you might see this at Wembley Stadium because tickets went on sale this week. And it seemed to have worked because the all-in first return was nearly 20,000 tickets sold, which is ridiculous because what did it take for All in Texas to get to 20,000? Wasn't it like a month before the show they were at 20,000?
Yeah, it was stuck at like fucking 18 forever.
No, it was like 13. It was like 13, 14. And then once the outcome of Hangman and Ospreay happened, that's when it started moving. So to get closer, to get 19,000 in the first, I mean that's great. That's a great number, and I think it's gonna keep going. The weeks that they keep building up, it's gonna keep, and then you still have Dynasty too. So it's like, you're gonna see the outcome for Dynasty, and then that's probably gonna determine what's gonna go forward. So that's a great number. The way that they started off, especially for that big ass stadium. Now the goal is to beat one of the nights for WrestleMania. We'll see.
Just beat one, so I can have that. So I can have that laugh. I need that. I want to wave that flag real fast. That's gonna be fun. 20K in a day though. Like they've run 14K stadiums. You're talking like they've sold out like 5 Dynamites at once. Like that's pretty massive. I know some people were well, I mean, not even some people. It's just the nature of the way things work is that it was being compared to the previous first days, and it is I would say much lower than the first days for the other British Wembley shows. But like you guys mentioned, All in Texas was the last All in, and comparing it to that directly, it's like it's moving in the opposite direction. So it's going to be interesting to watch the attendance numbers on this one.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what's going to go down here. As far as like what John mentioned about the Ronda Rousey of it all, what was your thoughts on Ronda making her debut in AEW? We'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to the news portion, but just your initial thoughts on Ronda showing up at Revolution, Josh.
I was surprised as fuck. I mean, you wanted a moment, they got a moment. And, obviously a lot of people don't like Ronda for a lot of reasons, a lot of personal reasons and a lot of reasons that, her when she was like wrestling is fake. And, a lot of wrestling fans tried to gatekeep, even though a lot of wrestling fans themselves are full of shit. So that's always funny to watch that when wrestling fans try to gatekeep something. And it's just like, but you're a piece of shit yourself. So who cares? And then obviously because of the Sandy Hook stuff, which, she apologized for. Yeah, it took her 11 years to apologize. She did so. I moved forward from that because that was something that I was not happy with Ronda about. But Ronda Rousey is a big star, whether you like it or not. She was a big star in MMA. She was a big star. She was even doing movies at one time. That's how big she was. She was, you're talking about a woman that, changed the landscape of the UFC. Not because of just women, but she was that big within the UFC. Like the fact that a woman took over the UFC at one point, that's an incredible feat. And then when she went to WWE, the women main evented because of Ronda Rousey. They got an all women show because of Ronda Rousey. So she's still a big prominent name, whether you like it or not. And the reaction to it, I mean, they got the reaction what they wanted. She was there for basically backing up her friend Marina Shafir. Marina Shafir was a heel
against the top babyface in the promotion. Yeah. Like, I agree with what John said. Like, I like that moment for Toni Storm. Like, I don't know about this comment from Michael Allen Lewis, who said the only down point of AEW Revolution was how poor the women were booked, especially Toni Storm. I thought Toni Storm was booked great. She got a good matchup out of Marina Shafir, which I thought those words were not even a reality, but she did what she had to do. She had a good good matchup with Marina Shafir. She stood up to one of the biggest stars in all of women's wrestling history. Regardless of how you feel about her, she's a controversial figure. So if you hate Ronda Rousey, I'm not going to blame you for that. But you cannot deny that she is still a prominent name when it comes to drawing, whether it's in combat sports, whether it's in pro wrestling. She draws attention, and that's what they wanted with this whole appearance at Revolution here.
And that Netflix announcement went stupid viral like just a couple weeks ago. Like everywhere in the world was talking about Ronda Rousey versus Gina fucking Carino, which is like, if you would think that's a crazy diminished name, like wildly diminished with none of the impact that she used to have, and still it's a big ass deal because Ronda Rousey is doing it. So I think, like you guys were saying, this would have been big for AEW as far as like attention wise. I don't know what the fucking follow up's gonna be now. I'm not sure there's anything left to salvage here.
And also within the wrestling industry, there's a lot of people who gave praise to TK for pulling the trigger on that. Don't let that reaction fool you, because I mean, one, the reaction was what they wanted, but two, it was the fact that he went for it, right? It was a controversial person and he went for it. There was a lot of people who've actually been against TK actually were like, yo, good props to him for pulling that off, because they know they know what Ronda Rousey what she brings to the table, but then also the fact that she does have that Netflix thing. She has that Netflix thing that's coming up, which is better than the White House card. But that I thought it was the right time to do that. And you had everybody talking. You had all those views. I mean, so it is what it is. As far as what they do with her going forward, we'll see. We don't know.
We're gonna have to see about that. Two more questions about Revolution. John, we'll start with you. What was in your opinion, the best match on the card? Because that's been a debate over the last week. Some people favor the violence that was the Texas Death Match. Some people favor the amazing tag team matchup in the opener, or the fighting spirit and the epic New Japan style of Takeshita and Moxley, or just the high risk lucha libre sensational action that was Bandito and Andrade, or even the trios matchup, or there was a bunch of matches on this card that a lot of people favored. But what in your opinion was the match of the night?
There was definitely a lot to choose from, but at the end of the day, that's something about that tag match, man. That tag match was special. Look, I watched it again at home and I was like, fuck, I knew it was good in the arena, but damn, like on TV, this is even better. You get all the production, you get all the kids and Matt Jackson and the son with the close up. I was like, this is perfect. I will say that Matt Jackson spot with the kid, as far as, because this is the second one that I've seen now with the child like hyping their kid back up into the match moment. Brian might have done that one a little better, but it was still cool.
Yeah. Oh no, no doubt, cool. No doubt. Dude, you know me. I was third row for that. Like, I saw that up close and personal. It felt like he was either talking to his son or he's talking to me. I love that moment. But
you, I think one of the greatest moments in wrestling history. But I love seeing moments like that. So I really like that, and I like that they lost, which is like really, obviously for people that know better, this has never been a question about the Young Bucks and whether they're selfless or not. One of the fucking biggest problems at the beginning of AEW was that the goddamn Elite wouldn't take the reins because they wanted other people to be on top so they wouldn't look like Hulk Hogan. And like, even still, years later, for them to put themselves out there in front of their family, like the whole angle, they killed their brother, they shoved the mom down, they shoved the dad, they beat them in front of their kids. That's selfless stuff. Some wrestlers would not go for that. Like, I'm bringing on my family and all that. I got to lose in front of them. Some wrestlers wouldn't go for that. The Bucks happily just went down. I'm sure, and they even called it like one of the greatest moments of their career. And they went down.
Yeah.
So like, props to the boys, the Bucks, one of the greatest tag teams of all time. I'll never not say that.
They always. I went back and watched both like the main matches that were like in contention for match of the night. I know when we did our review, I think I went with MJF and Hangman mostly because it was cool that we had 4 people on the show and all 4 had different answers, and I wanted to be different from everybody else, so I didn't go with FTR and the Bucks because I think Tempest won with that for the match of the night. But in retrospect, that is my match of the night. That was the best matchup of this series of matches. Like, I love the beautiful tag team wrestling love letter that was Full Gear 2020. I really love their Dynamite matchup for the ROH and AAA tag team titles in 2022. I enjoyed a lot more than a lot of people the All In 2023 matchup, and I thought their ladder match was one of the best ladder matches in AEW history, but this one just had the benefit of the best build to any of these FTR and Young Bucks matches. You had a genuine story of hatred for what FTR did to the Bucks family. You had the family at ringside. You had the storytelling. You had nice little payoffs, callbacks to their other matches, callbacks to previous matches in each of these teams' careers. Like, this was A++ tag team wrestling. Probably, in my opinion, it's this and the Shota Umino and Yuya Uemura versus Tomohiro Ishii and Taichi tag team match of the year. It's one of those matches I would probably give the edge to this one because of the crowd. The crowd was the big difference that elevated this. Probably one of the best pay-per-view crowds for an AEW pay-per-view in a very long time. So, Josh, what was your match of the night?
It's tough because I actually have it between the tag team match and the main event, just because the main event was everything that I asked for between MJF and Hangman. It was super violent. A lot of people didn't like that aspect. At the same time as like it's AEW, so I've gotten used to that. Am I going to get used to the violence?
Josh? Yeah, it was in bad taste.
Oh well, fuck them. They don't like it. Oh well, you got to deal with it. It is what it is. They're not going to change. They have not changed that. It's not going to change, right? Obviously, there are some spots I will never get used to, like the needle spot. I will never get used to that. But it worked for the match. I mean, it was gross. That's what you wanted. MJF was pushing the limits, something we haven't really seen him do. And it was something different, it was something fun, something different. My favorite spot in that match, though, was when MJF ran around the ring and he was looking back like a fucking, it reminded me like a Looney Tunes cartoon where he's like running, he looks back and Heyman doesn't move and then he just whacked him in the head. That was my personal favorite spot because it was just hilarious the way they did that with timing. But I mean, the match itself, the right person won. Just because it gives that suspense of what Hangman is going to do. And hopefully this time they do it right. Because, that's been the biggest criticism, right? People are still falling on the Cody Rhodes thing. People are still remembering that. But at the same time, AEW has a chance to kind of rectify that and see where that goes. So I think this time around, things will be a lot different because obviously the biggest difference, too, is one guy was a corporate guy. The other guy is not. So that's going to be the biggest benefit in that. And as far as the Bucks, every time they fucking go out there, it's, they do what they do. So when people want to complain, oh, this is like the 10th time they face, who gives a fuck? Like, and there's also been how many times? 5 times people? Like, come on, do math. It's like, come on, what are we doing here? Like, we're really going to complain about 5 matches? In 6 years, we're really gonna complain about that.
Yeah, it's kind of wild with the complaints of everything, especially with how everything turned out as well. I wanted to give Michael Allen Lewis a chance to respond. He says, I'm comparing to last year's Revolution when there was a huge story for Toni, a great Mercedes Momo match that led to Athena. This year, there was no real story build for anyone. Michael Allen Lewis, I'm going to tell you where your mistake was with the previous comment. You said this was the only down point for the pay-per-view. That is not what you're explaining here. You're explaining the only down point of the build to the pay-per-view. You want to be real? The only down point to this pay-per-view was a very unnecessary dogs trios matchup when the dogs didn't fucking win. The only reason to put that matchup on the pay-per-view is to give the dogs a pay-per-view win, and then they lost. That's the real down point of this whole entire show for me personally.
Before we moved on, I did want to talk about the needle spot specifically because I as weird, as crazy as it looks, as new as it is, it's like the second time you've seen it on national television. Not the second time in wrestling history. Obviously, there's been needle spots in like deathmatch tournaments and things like that. But the idea that the needle spot is so much worse than anything else that we're doing in the ring is so funny to me because it is essentially harmless. Like it's not, it looks crazy, but it's a magic trick, right? It's like you're all, even fucking lame ass Booker T, like completely sucked into the magic trick. And even his take was so fucking stupid. Oh, it's in bad taste because it makes me think of crack needles. Motherfucker.
Why are you thinking about crack needles?
Why is that a thought?
Like, what are you talking about? I'm from the dirty South Bronx. I'm from fucking Longwood. Like, I live by the prostitutes. I live by the drugs. I live by the gangs. I did not think of a fucking crack needle when I saw MJF and Hangman and Swerve and Hangman pull out the fucking needle. I didn't think of crack. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Dude, that was
second, beyond that, it, like, you're talking this company where we still use headshots, not all the time, but there's still like headshots and chairs. There's fucking explosions. Like, there were so many other dangerous things that they did in that match alone that the needle spot holds no candle against. That needle is nothing. It's a fucking nothing. This is nothing. There's nothing here that can harm you permanently. It goes in. It looks crazy. It shoots out water for extra effect. It comes out. Nobody fucking cares. That's why the needle thing is so funny to me. People are like, oh my God. I love that they're reacting that way because in reality, it ain't that big of a fucking deal.
I mean, that's what makes it, that's what makes it great. For me, it's just, because obviously the thought of it, that's what makes it like, oh my God. But it's not something that I personally hate. And that's what makes it more funny when people try to act like they want to be on a high moral ground about it. It's like, shut the fuck up. Especially Booker T, like complain about shit like that. And then making a comment like that. It's just like, bro, they legit had to do a show for you because you got your feelings hurt.
That happened, bro.
That happened this week. Yes, that is canon.
So it's like,
I was gonna say, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, just finish. I was just like, it's ridiculous. Like, this needle spot happened. It happened. It's just like, if the performers are okay with it, if they approve it, I'm not gonna get pushback on that aspect. Because I'm like, if Hangman, obviously he was okay with it. If that's what they're going for, that's on them. And they did it. And Hangman is fine. So let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, that's ridiculous by Booker T. I don't even know why he even reviews AEW pay-per-views anymore. You're gonna have an issue with something at the end of the day. I disagree though with MJF, who said that this is the greatest Texas death match of all time. I think it's top 3 though. I think it is better than the Hangman and Moxley matchup from Revolution 2023, but it's not better than All In Texas. That's the best one. That's the best.
I think that's the best one.
Yeah, that's the best one between Hangman and Mox, and then Swerve versus Hangman from Full Gear 2023. That's second for me.
Yeah, I actually didn't realize until he said the Mr. Revolution thing that I was like, oh shit, they really do these matches every year. Like, oh shit, you're right. He did the Iron Man, he did the Texas Death, he's done what's the other thing he mentioned? I forgot what it was, but a bunch of stip stuff at Revolution. Now I've got an expectation built up. So he shouldn't have said that out loud. I didn't notice it before.
The dog collar? He had the dog collar match with Punk.
The dog collar match, that's what it was. A great callback too. Hangman pulling out the dog collar is such a double-edged reference. Like, okay, MJF had this match, but also I used to hate a son of a bitch that did this with you, didn't I? Like, I was like, oh shit.
And you remember when he woke up and he realized he had it on? He heard him saying, "Not again, not again."
Fuck.
Yeah, he's like, "Not again." Yeah,
That was it. That was, I guess, a part of that match that people haven't talked about a lot is the idea that Hangman did it to himself. Like, it's his fault. I was looking over, like, even my video of the finish where he's got the title. He cracked MJF with the bell. He throws it to the side, and he's all fucking excited over the rope, like, "Hey, get the job done! Like, what are you doing?" And he ends up getting himself choked out, all caught up in the moment. So I wonder if that is like a hint at the direction for his character when he eventually comes back. Whenever he does, poor guy is gonna take some damn time off, as he should. As people like, honestly, him, Moxley, and Toni Storm could and should honestly just take a nap. Just like go home,
I've been me and a lot of people in the chat, a lot of people on AE Ramble. I know Jimmy Moxley needs to take a break. Like Moxley, you've been wrestling every week, and I commend you. You are the ace. You have earned your reputation as the GOAT of AEW. But dude, we don't need to see you every single week. Like, you have earned yourself a month. Just take a month off. That's all I ask. Just take a month off or something like that. But right now is probably not the right time when you got Hangman and Toni Storm out of action. I also wanted to ask, what did y'all guys think about all the outrage to Hangman losing the main event of AEW Revolution? Because a lot of people just don't even want to see what AEW has in terms of a story because of what happened with Cody Rhodes.
I think I will address the Dave Meltzer Brian Alvarez thought, because I think I respect their opinion. And I know that they know what they're talking about, but I just think they're completely wrong. Like, they're completely wrong on this. With this idea that it's like AEW's backed into a corner because Hangman shouldn't be locked out of the World Championship, but also if they break the stip, then it won't bump the pay-per-view number anymore. Because they're of the belief that Hangman's wager is the reason why the pay-per-view numbers were up. And if Hangman breaks it down the line, then people won't buy the shows for that stip anymore. I just disagree, because I feel like, one, I don't think this Hangman thing is going to come around in like 6 months. I don't think he's going to be challenging for the world title at the end of 2026 in a way that makes people think it was a waste of a fucking stip. I obviously don't know what's on their minds, but based on how they've booked Hangman before, his stories tend to go 1 or 2 years long. Like, so I don't suspect that this is going to be over so fast that it's going to affect the way people watch the damn show. I also think that they have locked themselves away from the possibility of the arc that this brings. They're not even thinking of the story arc. They're just thinking of this destination that we have to get to. That's bullshit. It's a story. All these fucking people are always talking about the wrestling, and you can't do these matches without the story. You motherfuckers don't watch this show, because there's heavy ass fucking layered storytelling here with this. And it's so easy to see if you pay attention. We fucking called it a week before the show even happened, what was going to happen here, because it was so obvious. If you watch, this is the problem. This is what I always say. Too many wrestling fans only watch wrestling. Watch a movie, read a book, watch a TV show, learn what a character arc is, and you'll find yourself enjoying this show a lot more than you do. You're so stuck in this train, like these tracks of what wrestling is supposed to be. It's not supposed to be anything. It takes place in a ring, and you tell your fucking stories with the ring and the people in it. That's the basis of it. However else you do that, your only job is to entertain. And I'm pretty fucking entertained by the things that are happening right now. So I just completely disagree with anybody, like with most people that have an issue with Hangman just losing because he can't challenge for the title again. Like, you're just like me and just like the rest of us. You're a fucking mark, and that's great. But you shouldn't you shouldn't think yourself above of the story because you're sucked all the way in right now. Like you're in the middle. Like they've got you, brother. Like that, if you're honestly mad that Hangman lost, that's good. They did their job. They got you hook, line, and sinker. And the day that Hangman somehow gets his ability to win the world championship back, it's going to be the greatest fucking day in AEW history. Everyone's going to love it. Everyone's going to be sunshine and fucking rainbows. And we're all going to be happy about how they got there. So I just completely disagree with the idea that if they break this step, it's going to be a problem. And then if they don't, it's going to be a problem. Like, get the fuck out of here. This is going to be great.
Like that whole Meltzer and Alvarez argument was so preposterous this week. It was just like, these dudes, they're on an all-time run of just like, not like, I'm not going to, talk about the WBD and Brody stuff, but as far as like their takes and their opinions, it's like, sometimes I feel like we're not watching the same thing. Like that's how off some of their opinions and takes have been in regards to what I'm actually watching and how they feel about it. Like that's how it's been coming across the last couple of weeks and months. We do got a super chat donation here from Adrian Carpenter. Thank you so much, Adrian, for the support. He says Booker T is a paid WWE shill. He's a sellout and a coon. I guess that's a coon. I've got no respect for him anymore. I mean, it's not the first time or the last time Booker T's been called the coon on this channel. So more power to you. More power to you. And King Davion, thank you so much once again, Adrian. We got King Davion who says Adam Page has done it all in AEW. He's not buried. Laugh my ass off. Yeah, like I was just so confused by that. And then saying, oh, he's your top babyface and stuff. Man, the top babyface position has been so interchangeable in AEW, and literally we are coming off a pay-per-view that had Will Ospreay and Kenny Omega come back into the company. I think when all three guys are at the top of their powers, Hangman, Ospreay, and Omega, I think the fans are more behind two of those instead of one of those. Like I think Hangman is a top babyface. He is the main character of AEW, but I don't know if he's as popular as a Will Ospreay and Kenny Omega at the top of their powers at the same time. And the fact that you just got those two guys back, you can take some time off of Hangman being the number one babyface in AEW, and that's why this stipulation came at the right time.
It's good that they can cycle them out like that, because then you won't be in a position where like you lose a guy and that's it. Like, oh my God, like we lost the top guy. We've got nothing. You got like 6 of them. Like you lose Hangman, you got Kenny. You lose Kenny, you got Ospreay. You lose Ospreay, you got Swerve. You lose Swerve, you still got MJF. And then you've got the murderous row of people under them. You know, who can step up if need be. Don't tell me they won't slot up Andrade up on that top card if possible.
Takeshita is a guy that feels he could be a top baby. Feels like he could be a top baby face, especially after that performance at Revolution. He was an amazing baby face in that matchup.
It's wild, and I mean, I guess it's been like this for years now, but it's just wild the way that their roster is layered. Like, there's no holes right now. You know, like, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. It's great. It's great right now with the depth of talent. And then final question on Revolution before we move on to this week's Dynamite. I'll start with you, Josh. Where does AEW Revolution 2026 rank in regards to AEW pay-per-views all time?
That one is tough just because, like, even before we got on stream, I was thinking about it. Where, you know, people were saying that this is the greatest pay-per-view of all time or one of their top favorites. And, you know, AEW has done so many great pay-per-views that it's like, damn. Like, it's like, damn. Was it their best pay-per-view? Could possibly be, but I think for me, the safe bet, definitely top 5 for me.
I think it is I want to say it's the second best Revolution of all time. because I don't think anything's gonna pass. I think as far as in ring wise, it's better than the first best Revolution in the show's history, but you can't top Sting's retirement. Sting's retirement was like an amalgamation of so much stuff. It's a great finale, one of the best retirement matches of all time. Then you also had Will Ospreay and Konosuke Takeshita putting on an instant classic on that show. Hangman, Joe, and Swerve in a great triple threat matchup. You had Roddy and Orange Cassidy had a great matchup on that show. Like there was just so much great stuff in there. I think that's the first bet. That's the best ever Revolution of all time. I think this is the second best ever Revolution of all time, but yeah, I think that the safest bet is top 5, because I don't know if it a lot of like in ring wise, this is like a top 2, top 3 AEW pay-per-view, but pay-per-views are much more than just the in-ring action, and this one had that with the returns and the debuts. So I think that it's easily a top 5 AEW pay-per-view, but I don't know if you can top the high that was All Out 2021 with Bryan and Adam Cole coming at the end, or All in Texas with the culmination of Hangman's redemption and the Death Rider story. So I think those 3, like Revolution 2024, All in Texas 2025, and All Out 2021 are the 3 that I will say definitely are better than Revolution 2026. But that's why I said top 5 is safe, because I could probably think of like one more that I would put in front of it. But top 5, I think that's great for a show in 2026 to be a top 5 AEW pay-per-view with the high quality that they delivered. And you could probably throw in something. I'll put it at 5, because I think Double or Nothing 2025. I love that show as well. But what do you think, John? You were there live.
It's definitely the best show I've ever been to, but that doesn't mean it's the best AEW pay-per-view ever. Unfortunately, I wasn't at All Out 2021. Otherwise, that would be the one. There's something about the quality of All Out 2021 with the cherry on top that is the double debut at the end that can never be surpassed, I think. Like if there was a universe where they somehow got like AJ Styles to show up at this pay-per-view, then maybe we'd be talking about surpassing All Out 2021. And it's not just the idea of bringing over someone or whatever. It was how it was done, and it was the people that it was. It's like Adam Cole and Bryan Danielson was just like 2 of the biggest people they possibly could have brought over at that time. They already had Punk on the card. They already did the Lucha Bros Bucks cage match, which is one of the best matches in AEW fucking history. And a lot of those matches are underrated because of the big moments of the show. We don't even talk about enough the Kenny versus Christian match, which was fucking excellent. Rusev and Eddie Kingston had a great match. There's so many other matches on that
Punk's return to wrestling.
Punk versus Darby. Great match. So like All In 2021 is probably like, it's gonna be hard for any pay-per-view to ever take that one off the mantle. That's like the default number 1 answer. As far as like in-ring quality, man, Revolution is definitely one of the all-timers. But here's the thing about AEW: there's been so many fucking pay-per-views where like top to bottom the matches are like, well, that was incredible. I remember after All Out 2021, they did Full Gear. And I was like,
I was live for that. That's probably my favorite show that I've been to live is Full Gear 2021. I was there live for that with Hangman finally winning the world title. Like, that had the great moment. That had great matches where you had MJF and Darby. You had FTR and Lucha Bros. You had Kingston and Punk on that show. And then Hangman and Kenny Omega is arguably the greatest main event to an AEW pay-per-view of all time. So, yeah.
I done like a little list of matches too, like earlier in the weekend of like top 5 for me, but it was like quality wise, just because as the years go on, like the quality in the fucking ring is just gonna keep on, it's just gonna keep on climbing. And so certain matches that were the best of all time for me in AEW, I've like fallen out of top 5, but that doesn't take away from the importance of some of those matches. Like some of these shows are going to be, even if they do eventually get surpassed, they will still always be like the most important shows in AEW history. I don't know if Revolution 2026 will stand the test of time as one of the most important shows in AEW history.
Yeah.
But quality wise, just unbelievable. Straight up.
Yeah, we got Davion in the chat. This says, do you think this Revolution pay-per-view is better than last year's? Yes. Short answer, yes.
Yeah.
I get where Dion's coming from. He said he prefers 2025 because Swerve, Ricochet, Kenny, and Takeshita, Fletcher, Ospreay 3, Tony, Mariah, and Hangman, MJF that were good and had good stories. I think you have more on this card. You have FTR and the Bucks. You got Moxley and Takeshita. You got Bandito and Andrade. You got freaking the main event with FTR and Hangman. And then the floor for this card is a 5-minute squash of Divine Dominion versus the Babes of Wrath. The floor for Revolution 2025 is the fucking main event. You know how important the main event is? When the main event doesn't deliver, that brings your score down significantly. Like if Cope and Mox actually had a good matchup, or it wasn't in the main event, or they put Tony and Mariah in the main event where they belong, yes, Revolution 2025 would have my vote over 2026. 2026 wins because that main event is so much better than Cope and Mox, and everything else is on par with 2025. 2026 gets my vote. You're muted, John, I think.
Okay. I definitely am. I was at both shows, and I gotta agree that 2026 it's not like it blows 25 out the water, because I remember one of the conversations in 25 was, damn, if that main event had landed, this would be one of the greatest shows of all time. But the main event didn't land. So it was like this year was an opportunity to do that again, and they nailed it. So yeah, the 2026 is better than 25.
Yeah. What about you, Josh? Do you think so too?
Yeah, just because like you guys said, like last year Revolution, it's kind of like that, that artwork of the horse where like it looks perfect, the horse looks perfect, and then like the last part of the horse just looks like shit. It's drawn like shit. That's basically Revolution last year, where the whole entire card was great until the main event, and I wanted the main event to work. It didn't work. It didn't get the crowd into it. It was a lot of boring stuff in the match. And then we had the failed cash-in that probably just made it worse. And, it was to a point where, everyone was like, people were over Adam Copeland at that point, so that didn't make it feel good at all, and to their both gentlemen's credit, I mean, they made up on that Dynamite, but then if that Dynamite match was in Revolution, it's a different story.
Yeah, because that Dynamite match was at least good, which is probably more than I could say about this week's Dynamite. But let's go into that. We got to talk about this week's Dynamite that followed AEW Revolution. The show did big. You could tell the interest increased from the pay-per-view. Last week's Dynamite did 619,000 viewers. This week's Dynamite, 730,000 viewers. Their highest viewership in, I think, over a year. Their second highest viewership since July of 2024. The show featured the Young Bucks and Jack Perry beating the Don Callis family, Kazuchika Okada and RPG Vice in a very fun trios main event. Post-match, the Bucks cut a promo expressing their disappointment with their loss at Revolution, but getting motivation from their father, who reminded them who they are and wanting to start their quest back to the AEW World Tag Team titles, until Adam Copeland and Christian Cage interrupted to support them rebounding, but also letting them know that they were getting the next shot at FTR's gold at AEW Dynasty in Vancouver. This brought out FTR and Stokely Hathaway, who ran right into a 4-on-2 assault from the babyfaces before Cope and Cage, as well well as the Bucks grabbed the tag team titles before Matt and Nick Jackson left to give the legendary duo the ring to close the broadcast. Elsewhere on the card, you had Will Ospreay made his in-ring return to AEW with a win over Blake Christian in singles competition. Solid opener there. Post-match, Ospreay stated that the difference between he and Jon Moxley was he can break someone's neck with his bare fucking hands. This brought out Mox and Yuta of the Death Riders before Ospreay attacked them both. He looked to hit the Tiger Driver on Mox until Pac showed up and attacked Will, putting him in the Brutalizer. However, Will was able to recover and brawled with Pac to the backstage area. This led to the Death Riders picking up a win over Bang Bang Gang in tag team competition. One of the bigger stories on this week's Dynamite and in AEW this week was Timeless Toni Storm, who was attacked backstage before the show by a mystery assailant, which led to Mina Shirakawa taking her place in a no-holds-barred matchup and getting arguably the biggest win of her AEW career over Marina Shafir. Speedball Mike Bailey defeated Mark Davis in a dope matchup on the card to continue his momentum after regaining the trios titles. Kenny Omega issued a challenge to Swerve Strickland to put his number one contendership on the line against him in a rematch, but Swerve made a counteroffer and wanted Omega to put his EVP status on the line in a winner-takes-all matchup that was announced for next week's Dynamite in St. Paul, Minnesota. MJF cut a superb promo about his Texas Death Match win over Hangman and how Hangman is no longer in his way in his quest to become the forever AEW World Champion following Revolution. And Darby Allin beat Gabe Kidd in a crazy coffin match that saw a car crash, car being flipped over, straight jackets, both men being bloody and biting each other. And post-match, you had Darby, after picking up the win, stating that he was coming for MJF's AEW World Title. Now, all of that sounds good on paper. It did not translate to what I would call a good episode and continuing the streak of phenomenal programming from AEW. John, what was your thoughts on Dynamite this week, which was probably the least praised AEW Dynamite of the year so far? I think you muted yourself again.
Oh, this time it was a master mute on the screen. After a streak of just top tier Dynamites, I guess that had to happen sometime. This is bad timing because of all the interest coming off the pay-per-view. However, it's weird because, like you said, you know, it did sound good on paper, and when you watched it, the matches were bad, except for the fucking casket match, which it was great. The opening thing was cool, the car and the flip and all that shit, but the psychology was fucking broken because why did we do a match where they were going to do the whole thing at half speed because they're dying and they're selling the fucking car accident? So like, I was like, that's not going to get the crowd into this, and it didn't. And honestly, the crowd wasn't into anything.
I thought the psychology was mostly off because the heel was the one in the straitjacket.
I think as far as like fully in ring heel babyface psychology, AEW gets weird with it. But just the idea that we wrote this down like on paper, like, okay, we're gonna start this match with the car crash or whatever, and then you're not thinking ahead to the idea that now we're gonna wrestle the rest of this match and have speed because we're dying. That's the sell. We're selling death. So like we're already selling death. Now we're gonna sell it for fucking 10 minutes. So it was like slow and plotting and weird. And on top of that, this crowd didn't seem to latch on too much. Like on this show, like they weren't digging anything. I was like, damn, you know, I think if a hotter crowd probably would have carried this show a little more because, like I said, the in-ring stuff was fine. Like the matches were fine, and when you watch AEW, it's usually for the matches. But as far as following up the pay-per-view, yeah, could have been better. Definitely could have been better.
Yeah, I honestly, I've said this on AE Ramble, and Jimmy agreed. Jimmy actually enjoyed it as much as I did. I enjoyed the coffin match. The only match that I would say was bad to me was the no holds barred matchup because you could tell Mina Shirakawa has not thrown a chair shot ever in life.
She doesn't know if you're supposed to just swing this thing. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Like,
and yeah, the Fresno crowd was probably an all-timer, like worst crowd for an AEW Dynamite in a very, very long time. And Fresno has been bad before. Like Fresno has never been like the best crowd for AEW shows in the past.
I will say Nick Jackson jumped to the defense of this crowd. He says that in the building it was hot and they felt the energy. So I don't know, who do we put this on then, Nick? Who do we put this on? They maybe it's the building. I don't know. Maybe it's Fresno. Maybe it's that venue. But it dragged the show down. Damn it.
Yeah. What about you, Josh? What did you think about this week's Dynamite?
If we're being honest, I didn't like it that much. I felt like it started off decent. And then, we had the coffin match, which I didn't mind a coffin match just because, like, I've seen batshit crazy stuff from Darby. So I'm so used to what I'm getting from Darby. And I thought it was fine. But then I felt like it kind of, like, the crowd died after that. Like, I felt like that was kind of the dragger for the crowd. Mina winning, I was laughing the whole time because I was like, damn, they actually gave her the W. Kind of tells me, like, oh, maybe originally in the rematch, Toni was going to win again. Maybe that's why they went with Mina. I'll be more forgivable for Mina. Like I said, she sang me happy birthday. That means something to me. But then also she was kind of put in the spot where, like, oh shit, Toni's not cleared. We need a replacement. So I got to be, more mindful of that. Like, she got put in a position that she's not used to. And she got the win, which I was like, damn, yo, Maria Shafir, for somebody who's supposed to be feared, you losing, sis. I don't know.
I actually thought that was good. That was good for me. Like, I don't know if losing in that moment at that match wouldn't have helped Marina Shafir any. Beating Mina Shirakawa doesn't really do anything for Marina Shafir, but beating Marina Shafir gave Mina a much needed win for the first time in weeks. I feel like she was just taking loss after loss after loss after loss. What I don't like is that they immediately gave her a title match. I was like, fuck, now she's going to go lose. Like, why do we?
Yeah, that was kind of funny because I was just like, damn, you just... she got some momentum, and now she's gonna lose again.
Rest in peace.
Come on, PK. Come on. Like, what are we doing? Come on. No, but and then the Young Bucks and Cope and Christian stuff. I mean, I said, yeah, Christian Cage stuff. I mean, I liked the exchange between them. I don't know how I feel about FTR coming out because I thought that was just a little. It's not so much that they came out. It was the fact that they came out just to get their asses kicked. I was just like, damn, guys, like. Did you really think you were going to be 4 guys? Well, while you come out injured, you came out injured. What the fuck did you guys think you were going to do? Like, that's the only thing I would say. But it did build up to that moment with the belts and, like seeing the direction where the tag team division is going with the top 3 tag teams right now, because regardless of what we want to say, yeah, Cope and Cage haven't wrestled. I understand that. At the same time, Cope and Cage, like they're legends for a reason, So, I'm more, I'm more open to that, and then the fact that they're getting the tag title match kind of tells me that they're probably winning, and then maybe they're probably going to get a run, and then they're going into All In as champions. So if we do get the TLC match, I mean, I think them going into as champions, I actually wouldn't mind that. Personally, just because
they can stake the claim that they are undefeated in 3-way TLC matches.
Yeah,
they won all those matches against the Hardys and Dudleys.
Yeah, and in regards to people how they feel about Coke, because I know there are people who are still checked out about him. I still think he's a good performer, and I still think that he does bring value in his own way. But him and Cage, I think it just works in my opinion. Like I like seeing them, especially we're getting a different dynamic. Back then, when we were getting Edge and Christian, it was more of like a kind of like comedy stuff, but they were good. Now it's like you're seeing Cope is more of the face, and Christian is still being who he is, being an asshole, and he's embraced that. Because even in Titantron, when you see like the thing, he calls himself an asshole. So I like it. I like the dynamic between that.
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering if FTR feels like they got their thing taken from them, because it felt like the FTR Edge and Christian thing was gonna, and they are Edge and Christian to me. There's no league out. There's no legal.
He's like, I refuse to call them Cope and Cage.
Did you fucking imagine? These are like forced names too. Like these are people who would clearly rather be Edge and Christian, but are forced to be Cope and Cage. I'm gonna call you're fucking Edge and Christian. But they go out there and they have this thing with FTR, and it seemed like it would culminate with a match between them. And now their match is a secondary chapter in a story. Like, but it's still, I wonder how they feel about that, because they're still gonna get them, and like you're still gonna get the 25-minute, 20-minute epic Edge and Christian versus FTR at AEW Dynasty, but it's not, it's just one chapter, like, because then you got to do Edge and Christian versus the Bucks, and then you do the ladder match, and that's the real payoff. So I wonder if FTR feels like the Bucks kind of stepped in and took a little bit of that for themselves. Like, yeah, I know you guys are having fun here, but slide some of that over to the EVPs, buddy. Like,
hey, I will say, the Bucks are the best tag team in that three-way. Like,
I love it.
I'm willing to go there.
I'll stand right with you. I'll stand next to you.
I love me some FTR, but I can't deny the Bucks have been amazing the last year. Like we can't sleep on the Bucks. We got to put the Bucks in this situation right here.
It definitely made my heart skip a beat at Revolution when I realized, like, the Bucks weren't going to roll out of the ring and leave so that Edge and Christian and FTR could be the story. When they got back in that ring and stood behind Edge and Christian, I was like, yes! Like, let's fucking do this! I can't wait to see that. I know, I love FTR too, man. Don't get me wrong, but the idea of Edge and Christian versus the Young Bucks excites me a little more. I'm sorry.
It does. I don't know if it's mainly because like I wasn't like that like blown away by their matchup at All Out. Their matchup at All Out was good, but it wasn't like the great matchup that I was expecting it to be. So that's why I feel like the Bucks are like a necessary thing in this situation.
What I also
elevated it quite a bit.
I also think back to FTR and Sting and Darby had an excellent match at Grand Slam New York. Mm-hmm. But I feel like the Bucks Sting and Darby
was better. It was better. We don't have to push it. We don't have to beat around the bush. It was better.
I feel like the Bucks have that. Like the Bucks can carry you. Like if you need to be carried, like the Bucks are gonna carry you to the greatest possible fucking performance. I think Edge and Christian. I'm not saying they need to be carried, but as far as the things that a younger team can do, like I think the Bucks can make them look great. I'm not to say that FTR can't, because I know people are gonna just, you don't like pancakes, you must hate waffles. But like, or however that fucking shit goes. I love them all.
No, I think
that's how prefer the Bucks here, man. I just prefer the Bucks.
Yeah, but it's just a different style. FTR. I think they're more like technical when it comes to like the in ring stuff. It's still good, but the Bucks. It's just something about them that they bring almost all of it on the table, where it's like they bring out the best out of teams, that it forces teams to do things that they've never done, right? Because even with the first matchup between FTR and the Bucks, the way that FTR lost was they tried something they never do. They tried a high-flying move, and that's what cost them the match.
I think the Bucks learned a lot from Omega as far as their match layouts and adding a bit more story. Like the way the Bucks work now is not the way the Bucks worked in like 2013 before they was actively like working with Kenny Omega the way they did. Like those matches with Omega and Ibushi versus the Bucks, and Omega and Hangman versus the Bucks have completely changed the stories that the Bucks tell inside the ring, and it's paid dividends for all their matches after those.
I don't know if like a lot of people were watching at the time, like following the Young Bucks. I know us three were, but like if you remember, people, that was one of their major things. Oh, the Bucks can't tell a story. The Bucks can't tell a story. Bucks can't tell a story. They go into that 2018 match with Kenny Omega and Kota Ibushi, and they fucking told the greatest possible story you could tell in a wrestling ring. And it was like, at that moment, they went from like a favorite team to like, that's an all-time wrestling team right there. And that was 7 years ago. So like, you're talking about 7 more years of maturity. And now you've got this, I guess, like this prime version of the Bucks. Because in their eyes, they're at the end. And so they're trying to give the greatest possible performance. It's similar to Bryan Danielson's last year in AEW, where he was like, he knew he was at the end, so he was giving it his all, but also he's so mature in this business that it's not too much, you know, like just like the Bucks. If this really is their last contract and we're looking at the end of their run, and it's starting to feel like it,
it is, then
by all means, I would love to see them run the gauntlet. I'd love to see them be tag team champions one more time. I guess because I'm so emotionally attached to them, because we were watching them for 15 fucking years, you know, that's probably what's going to give them the edge over FTR for me. Maybe some of you guys who discovered FTR and NXT when they were the Mechanics, they first got together, and that's why they're better to you. But like, some of us were watching Generation Me. You know, like,
that's crazy. So, like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I remember when they were just like a random team on ROH HD Net.
The pre-shows.
When it was when they first came to from ROH in like 2009, and they were like jobbing out to like American Wolves and Steenerico
World's
and
greatest
stuff like
tag team.
Yeah, World's Greatest Tag Team were beating them, and then they came back after like really making a name for themselves in PWG and making their New Japan debut, and they came back to ROH, and every Hammerstein Ballroom show in like the early 2010s, the Bucks stole the show. It didn't matter who was across the ring from. You could have a random team like ACH and Caprice Coleman were having bangers with the Bucks on those shows. They kept stealing the show every which way, and then the Bullet Club rose in prominence. They started teaming up with AJ Styles. Then they had the crossover with ROH and New Japan. Their rivalry with Red Dragon was amazing, with the different styles where you have more of like the MMA submission-based team versus the high-flying team. Like, I remember all of those. So to see where they're at today, where they have cemented themselves as one of the greatest tag teams, and that's not to say FTR isn't one of the greatest tag teams, because I think they are as well, but we are living in an era that has 2 of the greatest teams of all time, and I don't think a lot of people appreciate it, because we also live in an age of tribalism where you can't be fans of both teams, it seems like, and be taken seriously.
I want to make people uncomfortable talking about tribalism. The Bucks are not only one of the greatest teams of all time. I'm talking top fucking 3. So like, I'm talking top 3, not number 3 either. And you're talking like, I'm putting them up with the Road Warriors. Like, I'm putting them up with the Dudleys, even though we know how we feel about Bubba Ray today. They're still the fucking Dudleys. You know, like, Edge and Christian, you know, like
the Hardys.
I'm putting them up there with the Hardys. Like, if whatever you think, you know, the fucking Midnight Express, their own idols, I put them up there with, because I feel like they are there. There's no question in my mind that they are one of the greatest tag teams to ever exist. I have no problem putting that on film. And I know people feel uncomfortable with that because the Bucks get so much hate. Brother, let me tell you, I was there when the hate started. It was disingenuous from day one. It came from Jim Cornette. Jim Cornette is the source of the criticisms that the Bucks still see till this day. It stems from Jim Cornette's personal hatred. There has never been a meritable argument against the Young Bucks. Even in the era where people said they did too much, they didn't. It was purely bullshit from people that hated to see wrestling change. There's never been a meritable argument against the Young Bucks, even less so today. One of the greatest teams of all time, hands down.
I agree with all of this, and we need to appreciate them while we have them. But let's get into the rest of AEW shows before we get into the news. When you had Collision last Saturday, the show did 458,000 viewers, so that's up significantly from the week prior that did 370,000. You had the show featured on March 14th, Andrade El Idolo defeating Masquerada Dorada in a fantastic main event matchup. Post-match, you had Bandito. He came out to confront Andrade before their matchup at Revolution, being attacked by the Don Callis family. He got help from Brody King, who started brawling with Swerve Strickland, and then Bandito was able to fight off the Callis family on his own. You had Triangle of Madness got a squash win. Post-match, Tekla and Sisters of Sin attacked their opponent until Chris Statlander came out, fought through the Sisters of Sin to get to Tekla, and then handed her a belt to whip her, showing what she was willing to go through to get back to the AEW Women's World Championship. Lena Cross scored a victory over Mina Shirakawa in a singles action. Then you also had the Demand defeated Bang Bang Gang in a decent trios bout. Kevin Knight picked up a win over El Clone in a good matchup, while Mark Davis beat Commander in a rock solid bout on the show as well. Then that moved over to last night. We had Slam Dunk Saturday Collision that aired after the NCAA playoffs, NCAA tournament, excuse me. The show featured Kyle Fletcher beating Robbie Eagles in a great teacher versus student opener to retain the TNT championship. LFI picked up a squash win ahead of Roosh, going one-on-one with Darby Allin on Dynamite. When I saw they're doing Roosh versus Darby Allin on Dynamite, I got so excited. I was like, yes, this is what we needed. Yes, this is what we needed. We needed someone who could kill Darby in a matchup like Roosh. The Brawling Bird scored a victory over the Sisters of Sin in a solid bout, while you also had in the main event Claudio Castagnoli and Daniel Garcia of the Death Riders picked up a win over Commander and Masquerada Dorada in a very good tag team matchup. So some good action on Collision the past 2 weeks here, but it's all about the news coming off the heels of Revolution week, and we gotta talk about some controversy. And if we're talking about controversy, we got to start off with Ricochet. Ricochet made a lot of news and a lot of headlines this week. He earned himself a pretty significant backlash online this week coming off the heels of Revolution after he told a fan he was glad they had multiple scoliosis, something that he's now apologized for. The AEW star kicked up a hornet's nest after the fan who has spoken about her battle with MS mentioned it in her profile and responded to the post AEW Revolution digital exclusive where Ricochet was reacting to his AEW national title loss. The fan simply wrote in response to the video, his acting hasn't improved. After which Ricochet replied in a now deleted tweet, "I'm glad you got MS." The fan has since locked her account. The post earned a hefty amount of backlash online for being perceived as going way too far, which it was, and it was completely idiotic. It was up for multiple hours, and Ricochet didn't even back down from it at first. He doubled down on it. He put out a tweet after all the backlash, and he said, "It's so hilarious that the amount of little bitches who has tweeted and wished harm on me, who has wished even death and said some of the most vile things to me and my wife, people who try and make fun of me every day, but those same little bitches can't take it when I do it back to people. Fucking pussies everywhere." Ricochet posted to his account on Tuesday afternoon to address the situation, writing, "I took my hatred for the IWC out on Sandy and inadvertently others who are affected by MS. She didn't deserve it, and for that I sincerely apologize. Moving forward, I'll do better." Since then, there have been murmurs that the call for Ricochet to apologize came from AEW. However, you also had Brian Alvarez, who went on the Wrestling Observer message board and said if he's crossing his fingers, it's hoping that he still has a job by the end of the week. This led to the latest edition of the Wrestling Observer Radio, where Dave Meltzer claimed that AEW did not force the former national champion to apologize, and that it was one of his friends who urged him to take down the original post, following which he deleted it and ultimately decided to apologize. Meltzer said, and then what ended up happening was one of his friends called him and said, "You know, you really should take the tweet down." So he took the tweet down, and upon thinking about it, he then apologized. Nobody forced his apology or anything like that. He decided to apologize, and he did it. Meltzer further added that he has yet to hear anything from AEW regarding the controversy, stating as far as where it stands elsewhere, as far as I know, he has gotten I have heard nothing from AEW or anything like that as far as what happened. Dave Meltzer noted that one of Ricochet's friends advised him that he should probably take the tweet down. He also added a touch more detail in the Wrestling Observer newsletter, noting that it was someone that he has great respect for and is a former wrestler who worked with him on the independent scene. Samantha Irvin has deleted her Twitter account, that is Ricochet's wife, after being dogpiled by people on Twitter over Ricochet's tweet. She shared pics on her Instagram stories about receiving explicit death threats and more on that platform. Sandy, the original Twitter user who Ricochet responded to, locked her Twitter soon after Ricochet's comment due to threats and harassment sent her way. She has now unlocked it she has not unlocked it as of yet. So this caused a complete shitstorm, and it just never ends. Anytime AEW has a great pay-per-view, someone has to do something stupid that takes the attention away from it. And this was completely idiotic. It was completely wrong by Ricochet. He should apologize. He shouldn't have doubled down on it as well, because that showed, but it showed to me that all this kind of harassment and the stuff that he's been doing online and responding to trolls, it's actually gotten to him. It's actually gotten to him. He's always come across as someone that was responding to trolls because he didn't take it that seriously, but it's obvious with the response, because what Sandy said in the response to the video that was not a proportionate response to what she said. Like, anytime he's responded to trolls who are like harassing him or taking shots at him, I've been in the support of Ricochet. This was one where I put my foot down and I was just like, nah, I'm gonna put out a tweet. When you bring illness into anything like this, you are taking it way too far. You are crossing the line. I hope that this is a lesson for all wrestling fans, that you just need to get off of Twitter. Twitter is a hellscape of negativity and toxicity that is just filled and can mess you up mentally and make you make poor decisions. This was a horrible judgment call by Ricochet to even respond in that way, to bring up any type of illness is disgusting. But the more vile thing to this as well is the fact that people are using this to fuel their own tribalism, their own negativity, their own toxicity, to the point you have people sending death threats to not only him, but his wife, who had nothing to do with this. This is just a whole bunch of toxicity and negativity just all rolled into one, and it just didn't need to happen, especially this week. What did you think about all this controversy, John?
Oh boy, it's for me, as someone who spends too much time online because I get paid, I see how this happened. Like, it was not confusing or shocking or anything like that. It's, if you're online all the time, in the way that Ricochet is, in the way that we are in the IWC, having these conversations every day. Well, you basically make your fucking home base on Twitter, and anything that people say, in the beginning, I'm sure they did slide right off him. Yeah, after a while though, it doesn't matter how strong mentally you are. After a while, the wall will come down. Like, it gets chipped at every single day. They're chipping at the wall. 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 After a while, you don't see the difference in these people online anymore. They're all the same angry person, and sometimes they're all the same angry voice that you already have inside your head. It's like rough. It's like it's really rough mentally. I can say that as someone who deals with the same kind of bullshit online. So exactly what happened to Ricochet has happened to me in the past, where it's like they didn't even say something as serious as other people have said, but in your mind, it's all the same. It's all the same. They all get the same energy. So Ricochet just obliterates this poor lady. Just nothing. She said something fairly harmless compared to what it's like throwing a rock, but it hit him in the eye. They turned around and he threw a fucking nuke at this lady. Unnecessary nuke. Just complete nuke option. And he got the backlash. And there's nothing like this is to be expected. The backlash that comes with saying, I'm glad you have multiple I was gonna say scoliosis. I always say it wrong. I'm glad you have MS. Like, it's a wild thing to say. And like, that's something you say on a burner account. Like, that's wild. That's just like, I laugh at the absurdity of it, but it is wild. I prefer Ricochet just take some time off the internet, because that's what's going to heal this. Just get the fuck off the internet for a little while. You've done enough. Like, as far as like responding and the legacy thing, and I know he's like trolling his old employer and all that shit. I laugh too. I actually thought people, I don't know, there's a bunch of pussies that are like, oh, I'm so glad that Ricochet is finally gonna shut up now. It's like, no, like I don't have no thoughts in that direction. I'm just like, because clearly you've been affected. I think for you should take some time off. As far as the death threats, all right, man. I'm sorry if I come off as like careless. I got an inbox full of them shits. I got dozens and dozens and dozens of death threats. They ain't gonna do shit to you, man. They're not gonna do shit to Samantha. They fucking consider the people that you probably did anger. They're also, they're angry because they're also sick. They're certainly not gonna hurt you. The people who are using this as a sort of fuel for hatred that already existed, that you can kind of tell who they are. Like, the names, especially if you're on Twitter, certain names. You don't have to listen to them. Certain people, they're going to jump on any bad thing that happens to AEW anyway. At the end of the day, you just need to have some perspective. Like, if you lose perspective, you're lost. You need to back up, find it again. That's what Ricochet needs to do. That's what we all should do, honestly. But Ricochet, as someone who has a responsibility of being on a platform, as like AEW's platform that goes out to millions of people, he has more of a responsibility to be careful with the things that he says than like fucking rando online numbers with no profile picture that doesn't really exist. This I know it's like, we should address the people too. You can't address the people. That's just not. It doesn't exist that way. You can't address the fact that the ocean gets you wet. Put on a suit. It's just the way it works. Ricochet's got to put on a fucking suit, because if you dive in the ocean, you're gonna get wet. That's just the way it works. And
you're gonna drown because you got a whole bunch of hands trying to pull you down. Like, yeah, that's how it works.
Josh, Dion's got a comment there that I completely disagree with. It's just what he says. He doesn't feel bad for someone who gets beat up online because no one's forcing you to go there. That is an interesting thought process, because we don't live in 2007. Like, if this was 2007 and the internet wasn't a major part of living, then I would be like, you're absolutely right. But if you can't, you're talking about, you should see the thing. You are on social media. You know that you don't have to be online constantly to get beat down. You can post the wrong picture, brother. you could say the wrong thing. You're gonna get killed. I know it's funny to be like, close your eyes and turn the computer off, but it don't really work that way, you know. Like,
It's true. Josh, what was your thoughts on this whole Ricochet drama?
Well, I mean, Ricochet himself, I mean, I think what it was, it's like what you said. I think part of it is a lot of it got to him. A lot of it is getting to his head. I think the persona got to his head. I think it was more of that, you know, he thought he could do or say anything back. And because he's a heel, it would just catch heat. It would just be, oh, it's Ricochet playing a gimmick, as Ricochet being Ricochet online. But in this instance, obviously he went too far with it, just because he used somebody's real sickness for that matter. And that's where he crossed the line. You know, as far as him doubling down, he probably thought it wasn't a big deal at that moment. But once it got amplified, that's when it became a big deal. You know, and you know, he apologized. You know, he owned up to it. He apologized no matter what. I could say, you know, he's done more than I could say some people in the business has done. You know, taking accountability, owning up to their mistakes. You know, but I think the worst part about it is everybody else who's used this situation as a weapon. You know, they're using it to weaponize their hatred towards the company. You know, which is weird. It's definitely like, just like, God damn, guys, like you don't even care about the person. Like, you don't even care about the cause. You don't care about the person's sickness. You're just mad because somebody that you dislike because they work for a company you hate. That's the only thing that you have to go by. And I think that's been the worst part about it. As far as the death threats, you know, people get it all the time. But, you know, a lot of people, I mean, nobody follows up with it. But it's a fact that you still go out there and say it, right? People are way too comfortable doing shit like this because they think they could get away with it. They think there's no consequences. Some way, somehow, probably someday there are going to be consequences for shit that you do. Sometimes it will eventually catch up to you, you know. But I think another layer to this is like the news part, where there was people who weren't talking about it. There were some news outlets who didn't talk about it right away. You know, they made that choice not to talk about it. And then after the fact, after everything was happening, yeah, they started talking about it. And those people try to use that as fuel too, as like, oh, you weren't talking about this. You weren't mad about this. But guess what? You're upset about something that you weren't even talking about yourself. You weren't mad. You were only mad once it got blown up, right? So it's like, you know, even to this day, nobody's talking about the girl. Nobody's talking about what happened. They're just upset. They're fake upset. Why? Because they want to build up engagement. They want to have the attention to themselves. And then when they get exposed for it, they're trying to lie. They're trying to use the, you know, the Donald Trump card of denial of, no, there's proof right there. We saw a video. We saw what you try to do. You know, we saw your tweets and you're trying to deny it. You know, I just think that it's a situation that it should have never happened. You know, Ricochet obviously went way too far, but no, also the comment was harmless. She just said, bro, you're a bad actor. Like, you know, it's like people agree with it, people disagree with that, but I don't think it was the worst thing in the world, right? The person didn't cross the line, in my opinion. She just gave a personal take that a lot of people probably agree with, you know. He didn't agree with it, but he just went further than he probably should have, you know? And, you know, it's just, again, it should have never happened. Out of all things to respond to, I'm like, damn, bro, that's what you responded to? Like, fuck, you know? And then the bad part about it is that now his wife got the bad end of it, you know, and she doesn't deserve that. I know people are still upset because she left WWE. Oh, well, it was her fucking choice. Like, she left a lot of money on the table. She wanted to be happy elsewhere or whatever she's doing. People just need to get the fuck over it at that point. Like, you know, It's like they're all human beings. They don't have to do what you want them to do. And I think that's part of it too. People are just they're not only mad because that's Ricochet's wife, so I'm gonna attack her too. There are people who are still upset that she left WWE. Let's call it like it is too. Again, people just need to get the fuck over it. But even this whole online thing, especially on X, you can't. It's hard to control that because even if you say, "Hey, let's suspend this person, this account," they're just gonna make another one. They're gonna find another way to just come back. They're like fucking roaches. They find a way to just come back. And I just think that as much as we would love the wrestling community to clean up their action, to clean up a lot of shit, and we could have good debates and have good arguments, it's never gonna be that way. When it comes to like AEW fans. Yeah, are there a lot of them who, they hold on to what AEW does? Yeah. But then when you have WWE fans who don't talk about WWE, but they say, hey, I want AEW to die, how is that a good argument? You know what I mean? Like, how is that healthy? You want a company to die for what? Because they exist?
Pretty much.
We criticize WWE all the time. I just want them to get better. I don't want WWE to die because if we lose them, guess what? There's no content,
Exactly.
And they're a big part of the industry. They're the biggest company in the industry that whether people like it or not, WWE, they need to exist. They need to be around. For us as fans, we just want them to get better. I've never wanted the company to die. I've never wanted them to go out of business. That's kind of fucking stupid if I would want that. That's like me being upset like at a baseball team. I'm like, oh yeah, I hope that team, goes away. I hope they go, bankrupt. It doesn't do anything for me. I could say that about the Red Sox. That doesn't do nothing for me. I want them to be competitive. I want them to get better so then they could compete against the New York Yankees. That's what I want. So if WWE gets better, AEW will get better. It's all competition at the end of the day, whether WWE wants to deny it or not. More wrestling, the more the better. But at the end of the day, this whole thing became so bad for no fucking reason. And, Ricochet is a big part of it. And he has to own up to that, and he has. His credit, he has. But, he has to, again.
He did it after doubling down twice.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even with that, it's like, and I get that part because, again, as a man, sometimes you don't want to admit when you're wrong. As a man, and this is as a man, you try to like navigate, and you don't want to admit that you're wrong, right? But then once you're wrong, you're wrong. Like you take it to the chin. His best option right now is to just not be online.
Just lay low for a month. I suspect that he's going to be off of TV for a little while. But I did want to say to be real. Because people that know me are going to be like, Jonathan, if you don't shut the fuck up. I am an obnoxious guy. I'm an asshole. I can be that way. I'm proud of it. It's my shield. It's what keeps me alive. I think that I understand the urge to tell someone, I'm glad that you're fucking dying. How dare you say something to me? It exists. It exists inside of all of us. I think it's easy.
Does, unfortunately.
It's easy to say, like, God, he shouldn't have said that. At the same time, it's easier for me to see where it came from. Yeah. If you have the urge to say these things, use a burner. Just use a burner. I have a fucking burner too. A lot of people have burners. Sometimes I look at something online and I'm just like, this doesn't deserve a rational response. This doesn't deserve a normal conversation. I want to insult this person. It's unhealthy. Say what you want. It's the urge that exists. I turn on my other account. Nobody knows who the fuck it is, and you never fucking will. There's not a hint. Some people are so narcissistic, they have to put a hint in the burner. So maybe someone will figure it out. You'll never fucking find it. Like, you will never know, because it's just, I gotta get this urge out. I gotta express this. I don't want it to affect me or my life. Put it out there. Got it off my chest. That's it. Ricochet, open a fucking burner account. That's it. It's the easiest thing in the world.
I love we got so many different perspectives on this, and I love that John's is just create a burner account. You can say whatever the fuck you want. We do got a super chat donation here from Vala. Thank you so much, Vala, for the support and talking about this subject here. He says Ricochet is a dumbass and doubled down. That said, there somehow were fans who fucking went lower with all the death threats. Yeah, like this, it's like him making a stupid decision brought out the worst possible people who have somehow in a topic, in a discussion where he is obviously in the wrong, he gets sympathy because he's getting death threats. How do you go from he said something so idiotic, so stupid that affects multiple people? It's an illness that affects a lot of people out there and people that you're close to and stuff like that. He should only be the only one in the wrong, and you should be pointing the finger at him, and you should be able to pass judgment and not like him because of what he said to that fan. But somehow he's getting sympathy because there are worse people out there who are mentally not well.
It's a thing. As a man, you have a responsibility to keep your wife out of danger. That's you. Unfortunately, his move put his wife in danger. And like I said, the death threats don't bother me. They probably don't bother him. But maybe for Samantha, that's like, what the fuck? I don't want to see any of this shit. This is making me cry at night. So now you put your wife in danger. So now that's something that Ricochet has to deal with in real life. That's bigger than any of the other things that people are concerned about is his actual home life now. So like, yeah. One thing is for sure, there will have to be a change for Ricochet moving forward. Like some type of change, at least in his online behavior. I did see someone ask if it was MJF. I was
gonna get to that because that's a super chat donation here from Adrian, who says, do you think if MJF made this comment there would be this level of backlash? I don't. I think that it's a lot of WWE fans dislike Ricochet. We appreciate the super chat donation. Where you went wrong is your explanation when Vala called you out on it and you said yes, you can make the comparison. If MJF says this and not Ricochet, I guarantee you it's not as much backlash. That's just facts. That is not just facts. That is your opinion. That is your opinion on this. Literally, me and Jimmy McAree were watching the Revolution 2023 MJF versus Bryan Danielson. You want to know why a lot of people weren't talking about that match being the greatest Iron Man match of all time at that time 3 years ago? Is because MJF in the middle of that matchup throws a drink on a black kid. More people were talking about that than how great the match was because he did it to a kid and it was a black kid. He's a white Jewish man throwing a drink on a black kid. If you really think MJF saying this would not get backlash or as much backlash, then you are being obtuse. You are being intentionally obtuse. Yes, it would get backlash. I don't know if it'll get just as much. No one knows that because it did not happen. This is just an opinion base, and this is the issue with a lot of wrestling discussions is the urge to do whataboutism. Stop doing that. Stop doing whataboutism. Whataboutism is hypotheticals that you cannot prove until it actually happens. So making that comparison, yes, you're going to have people that be like, why are you even making that comparison? Because it did not happen. It's a hypothetical that you can only think about and make observation or assumptions on, but it's not reality. We are talking about the reality of the situation at hand here.
I think there's a couple of reasons why if MJF had said it, maybe it would have felt like there was less a backlash. I don't think there would have actually been less backlash. I think MJF just completely no sells like any heat. Like he'll say something like, "Oh, I'm glad your father's dead," and you won't even see him on Twitter for a week. Like you will have the whole discourse by yourself. There's not gonna be an apology. There's not gonna be a message from MJF. There's not gonna be a follow up. He's gonna say his thing. And he's gonna move on. That was like Michael said in the comments. It was liquor that he threw at that kid at Revolution without thinking because he grabbed the drink out the mom's hand. People talked about that, but you never saw MJF come out and tweet on it. I want to apologize to the mom and the kid. And I'm not saying that Ricochet shouldn't have. I'm just saying that the way they handle things and the way that MJF is kind of puts a shield around him, a little bit more of a shield than Ricochet. But the idea that they wouldn't have had backlash is just untrue. MJF would have had backlash. He gets backlash for any fucking edgelord thing that he said. He got backlash for calling Swerve Diddy. Like a couple weeks
he got
backlash
for that. He got backlash for making fun of Brian Pillman Jr. when they were in Cincinnati and talking about his father and his mother having an addiction problem. Like, he gets backlash for a lot of the things he says. That's why it did not make sense. I had people in my comments on social media saying, "Oh, well, what about MJF? MJF has said worse stuff than that. Why is it Ricochet?" Y'all are making this into whataboutism and to a racism discussion more than what actually happened.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's got anything to do with racism or anything. I just think there's a lot of factors. It's not one thing, but there's several reasons why MJF would not get less backlash, but would be less affected by the backlash. One, if they sent death threats to Alicia and Tout, he would fucking put them on like his gear the next show, and it would be on his trunks or whatever. Like, they're just two different people, and they handle things different ways, and they're expected to handle things two different ways. So I definitely don't think it's even a fair comparison to bring up MJF, because MJF, he's got a leash. Like, he's expected to say outlandish evil things, and that's because that's who he set himself up to be for the last 7 years. And in people's minds, they have already accepted that maybe that's probably not even who he is. This is just the character. Ricochet doesn't have that grace. A lot of people honestly can't tell the difference between him online and who he might be as a person. I'm not sure there is a big difference, but we don't know anything about Ricochet beyond he was a mute for 7 years on WWE TV, and then one day he showed up on AEW and he was able to speak. And this is a lot of people's first impression of Ricochet, and they think I really hate that guy. He says all the worst things. Oh, look at what he said now. He's just got a whole different energy around him now. I don't think that him and MJF should be compared at all.
Yeah.
I agree with that. But then also I think what it is too is that, when it comes to Ricochet, there are times where there's a sense of weakness that Ricochet has shown, right? And MJF, he hasn't really shown that. And the only time that he's maybe ever been like shown that or something touched the nerve, right, was the whole Rock thing, when the Rock, talks about his I think ex-fiance, about one of the paintings that she did, and the Rock was like, "Oh, I would love to have this," whatever the case may be. And then MJF responded to that. But that's harmless. Then when it comes to that, like, that was like probably the sense of a part of MJF, like a sense of weakness with MJF. But besides that, online, when he responds to people or he does anything, it's mostly just him being outlandish heel. But also, he's never like used somebody's sickness. He's never done stuff like that. The videos that we've seen him at meet and greets, making fun of people, that's just all fun and games, because even there's been parents who've been okay with that and they laugh. Like the incident I was there for when he made fun of my haircut. There was a kid, and he wanted the kid to stick up the middle finger, right? So he's showing the kid how to do it, but the kid kept going like this, right? The kid kept going like this, and he's like, "No, it's like this. Leave it like this." And the kid kept going like this. He's like, "What the fuck?" He's like, "What are you doing?" And his fans and his parents were laughing. And then when they were leaving, he tells the kid, "You were adopted." And then the fucking parents were just there laughing, like, So MJF, like you said, is expected. All that stuff with him is expected, but he's also been in a sense where he hasn't done that. And when it comes to that drink incident, AEW made right for the kid. Like, they did stuff to make
him backstage and all that, right?
Yeah. They made up. They made up for that, and that's why a lot of that noise simmered down. Like it simmered down because they took care of the kid. This situation, you can't really take care of that. Unfortunately, you can't do nothing.
people were really mad at Sean Ross Sapp because he didn't like cover it on time or whatever. And I was so glad to not say anything because I was also on vacation. I had no time. I had no time to cover the Ricochet MS thing. But like, I was like, I saw that it happened like hours later too, so I wasn't going to be able to make like a news blast about it. So he was getting his ass beat online for not posting the Ricochet thing.
And Sean don't pull no punches. He don't pull no, but he will fight back. That's why I respect him so much. We do got one more super chat donation before we move on, but it's a perfect segue to our next topic. Thank you so much, the good brother Matthew Hooks, joining us in the chat today with a super chat donation. Good to see you, Matthew. He says, women's time for AEW always comes up. I think the women need more time, but also, am I the only one who thinks the women's depth in AEW isn't good enough? Well, to answer the question, I think it's not at the same level as like WWE or even like Joshi companies like a Stardom and stuff like that. Even like TNA a couple of years ago had better depth of their women's division. And if you think that the women's division already didn't have good depth, we got to talk about the next topic, which has to do with Timeless Toni Storm potentially being not cleared for competition for AEW for the rest of 2026. What? Toni Storm was written off of TV on AEW Dynamite this week. And a new report has an update on how long she may be out of action. Wednesday night show had scheduled Storm versus Marina Shafir in a no-holds-barred match. However, Storm was described as attacked earlier in the day by an unknown assailant. Storm's Timeless Love Bombs tag team partner Mina Shirakawa took her place and picked up a win over Marina Shafir. Via Wrestling Observer Radio, Brian Alvarez reported that Storm has a legit injury. He said, and I quote, "All I know is that this was a legitimate replacement, meaning something actually happened to Toni. It wasn't until 10 minutes before the show that I guess that maybe the doctor, like they were waiting and hoping. And then at the last second, they were like, yeah, not going to happen." Any speculation on how serious the injury is just that, speculation. Alvarez suggests that it was if it were a minor injury, it would have made more sense for Shafir to win so the feud can continue later. Ending it now suggests that Storm's absence might be open-ended. Fightful Select reported then that a Storm was planned to wrestle on Dynamite but was ultimately not cleared. The outlet describes the angle as a deliberately non-contact one, and it was noted that Storm will not be back anytime soon. With AEW prepared for her to not be cleared to compete, though, at least the whole year of 2026. The Wrestling Observer Radio reported that the final decision was made late in the day on Wednesday ahead of Dynamite. AEW showed an image of Storm laid out backstage with a number of clues to start a mystery angle around the attack. The image shows Storm with a head wound in a pool of blood with a number of items around her to encourage speculation on who attacked her. The site notes that there are plans in place and a creative direction for the attacker storyline. And for clarity, there is no confirmed word regarding the nature of why Storm is not cleared at this time. This has led to a bunch of speculation. And like I said in the report, this is only speculation on what it can be. We've heard undisclosed injury. We've heard undisclosed injuries. We heard things that are not injuries be talked about by the fans. But what is your thoughts? We'll start with Josh on Timeless Toni Storm potentially not being cleared for competition for the rest of the year and what that means for AEW and who can possibly fill the void of the biggest female star in All Elite Wrestling.
As far as the injury, I mean, the thing is like, it's just kind of strange to just not really say what it is. At least, on my end, when they say undisclosed injury or whatever the case may be, because it's like, if she has a torn knee, you could just say that, right? Oh, she tore her ACL, right? It sucks, but I'm like, at least you know what it is, right? Something like, hey, she had a torn rotator cuff or whatever the case may be. You could say it. You can say what she has. So for them to just not say what it is, I think what it is too. I think they're kind of waiting. They're kind of waiting to see what it is, or they probably they don't want to give that information. I don't know why. You know, I don't know. And for me, seeing her yesterday, right? She was in good spirits. She was super nice, super kind. But one thing that I did notice at the table, at least, she was sitting down. So I met her, she was sitting down, and she had sunglasses on. And when I saw she did pro photo ops, she did the same pose for everybody. She had the sunglasses and she did the same exact pose. I think this time she was standing up, like, but she was, again, at least to me, it looks like she had like a concussion, or like a really bad concussion, right? Because of the sunglasses. She wore her sunglasses the whole entire time. She never took them off. And the way that she was just standing, whatever the case may be. That's just my speculation, right? But at the same time, it's like, damn, they just gave her a head. They gave her a head gash. They gave her a head gash to write her off. So I don't think it'll be that. That would be kind of fucked up. If it's a concussion, then you kind of do that. But it's strange. It's still one of those things where right now it's a mystery, because it's like when I saw her yesterday, I could tell there's something definitely off. But again, she was great. She was still great with the fans, and the fact that she even still showed up, I mean, you know, props to her, even with this news coming out, you know. But as far as the women who stepped, I mean, that was, I mean, obviously the easiest route you could say is Mercedes, but Mercedes is already in her own lane. So, you know, as far as other women, I mean, you might need to reheat up some women in the division. You know, like, you know, I've been liking what Tekla has been doing. You know, I've liked her stuff, and she's somebody who has stepped up on her own. But as far as somebody to take that mantle of what Timeless was doing, I mean, that's tough. You're talking about Timeless was is a big star, not just women, but you're talking about in the company. She was, you know, that's a big face to lose, you know. So it's on that one. It's tough. I mean, my easiest thing will be Mercedes, but again, Mercedes is already Mercedes. You know, obviously I would say Chris Statlander, but then, you know, they just had her drop the title, and her booking has been weird lately. That is like, I don't know if she's leaving. I don't know if she's staying. You know, I would love for them to push Willow more. I think that would be my best bet with Willow, to do something where, I mean, she has a TBS title, but I do feel like she should be doing more. But when it comes to that, to just replace her, I mean, it's a tough task, but, you know, for the women, you know, it gives the women an opportunity for somebody to step up huge. You know, that's kind of the silver lining on that, but it's a big loss. And if she's out for the rest of the year, which they did say they're expecting it. So it's like, I mean, it's tough. It's tough to lose somebody that big of a name, you know.
John, what's your reaction, and who do you think should fill the void left behind by Timeless Toni Storm?
I'll just say, as far as speculation, that, you know, I don't feel comfortable speculating, because a lot of things are starting to add up in a direction. I was like, well, that becomes personal. So I was like, that will be what it is. As far as who's gonna replace her, it's rough. And I don't mean as far like on the card. Like, I'm sure you'll still have great women's matches, and like you said, you still got Mercedes Moné. She's a draw, but you can't really slot her into what Toni Storm was doing. When you say Mercedes is in her own lane, she is legitimately a whole other women's segment on television.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
there's Mercedes Moné, and then there's like the women's title, and then there's like the tag, So I think that you're gonna have to build someone. I don't think anyone is gonna be able to fill those shoes, but I think you can do the best that you can. And Willow Nightingale is right there. Like she is your baby. Like she is your pure white meat, smiles, makes everyone happy, gets everyone involved, babyface. Like she's still like heated, like she's still got the title, she's still involved on television every week. It's not like you're pulling her out of the freezer to try to heat her back up.
Yeah.
So I think she's right there. But judging on how the TV went, it kind of looks like they want to build Mina up more for television, which is great. I love Mina. But she was pretty cold. Like you were beating the shit out of her for so long that it's a weird decision to try to make me believe now that she can get all these wins. Like it probably should take a little more. It take a little more time to get there. I don't know if maybe they are comfortable with Willow Nightingale in the TBS title spot and they don't want to fuck that up because they don't have anything for that. But it's an emergency situation.
Yeah.
What I'm thinking is Ronda Rousey is left without a dance partner, and I can't think of a single person on the roster who would make that match like when it was Toni Storm, Ronda, whatever that would have ended up being, it had a little marquee. Like it felt weighty, felt heavy. I don't think there's anyone else. And what are you talking about? Mercedes? We do Mercedes Ronda? Like we did that shit in WWE. The Sasha Banks. And ironically, it was one of Ronda's best matches. But
it was
like, but that's not an AEW thing. Like that doesn't feel like AEW. Toni Storm versus Ronda felt like AEW. It felt like it belonged to them. So I don't know. You can't slot Willow into that. It's just gonna seem like Ronda's facing. Just the star power dwarfs Willow so much that Willow starts to look like a jobber. So like I wouldn't want that. It's honestly I wouldn't want to be Tony Khan right now. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm interested in seeing how they pivot. Honestly, that's like my draw right now. Like let's see what you guys are gonna do because I can't even think of a perfect scenario right now.
Yeah,
I think they have the wrestlers to replace someone like a Toni Storm with. I think like someone like an Athena needs to be on AEW television and can play a good character as far as like being the heel, being the fallen goddess, being the American Joshi and all the stuff that she can do, and she's good on the mic as well. But as far as like the storyteller that is Timeless Toni Storm, that is where you're missing out on something. Like Toni Storm, because she lost the championship, where was it? Like in September, she's been in like something else with the women's division that you can put on TV outside of the two title pictures. The title pictures with the TBS Championship, AEW Women's World Championship, and the tag team titles have all kind of been mushed up together for the last like 3-4 months. But then you also have Timeless Toni Storm over here feuding with Marina Shafir, teaming up with Orange Cassidy against the Death Riders. Like that type of thing is so essential to getting the women more time on television because Toni was that big of a star. I agree with like what the chat's saying, what John said. Like Mercedes Moné can give you something else as well outside of that as well, but like to fill in a void that's left behind by Timeless Toni Storm, I don't think they have anybody in line that can do that. They have a collection of people like Chris Statlander, like your Willow Nightingales, like your Teklas. Tekla is probably the best character out of that bunch that can kind of somewhat fill that void, but you're gonna need people like Willow Nightingale to get more of a presence on AEW Dynamite and defend the TBS title more on a consistent basis. You're gonna need some type of story for Chris Statlander after losing the AEW Women's World Championship. You need a bigger spotlight on Divine Dominion and especially Megan Bayne, who can be that type of like star inside the square circle and deliver great matches like she has done all around the world. It's gonna take a collection of these women all together. The Athenas, the Chris Statlanders, the Willow Nightingales, the Megan Bains, the Teklas, all together, and maybe some returning stars like your Hikaru Shida, whose visa issues have been solved for a number of months, and she's just been waiting in the wings. And maybe even the name that the Voldemort of the AEW Women's Division, Dr. Britt Baker, DMD. I think that name should be being called up and should be getting questions. She got questions on AEW Revolution when everybody was returning. Everybody was like, "Where's Britt Baker?" And she's like, "That's not up to me." I think it's about time that you put her back into the mix.
Yeah, I've always wondered what happened with Britt, but then it was kind of implied that there was like a unknown medical thing. And I was like, you know what? As much as that sucks, that kind of made me feel better, because I thought she was just on the outs. I thought she was just dead. I thought she fucked something up bad. You know, I thought Tony just didn't want to have her on TV anymore. But when he kind of implied that there was something holding it from happening, I was like, okay, well, that's a bit of a relief. As much as I'm sure that it sucks to have an injury, as a fan, I was like, okay, well, at least, you know, they still fuck with you. So at some point, when everything is fine, which it seems like it is now, consider she's saying like it's not up to her, maybe she'll be back on TV. But there have been so many things that had happened backstage. I'm like, I'd still be worried about that. Like, you know, like, and she rubbed across some of the worst people you could rub across the wrong way. Like, you talking like the fucking world champion right now. Like, you know, like, I don't even want to consider that maybe she was banned from the locker room. That's why I was glad to hear that. Well, I mean, like I said, fucked up to say. I was glad to hear someone was hurt, but I was more glad to hear that she wasn't kicked out the locker room. You know, like,
yo, that sounds like that episode from Seinfeld where they found out that the serial killer was still on the loose, and they're like, "Oh, somebody else got killed! Yay!" So like their friend got released from prison. Yeah. Yeah,
but nah, like it's gonna take a collective effort from the AEW Women's Division, and it's also gonna take Tony Khan devoting time to build up these ladies, because he's only spent the last 3 years building up Toni Storm, and that to the point that she's this big of a star that leaves this big hole in your women's division without her on the not being cleared for,
you know,
what seems like it's going to be a year.
Now that you mentioned that, like, I'm also thinking, you know, as much as we love these girls and all these different wrestlers and for their different abilities, how many of them had the acting skills to pull off what Toni Storm pulled off? Yeah, the cutting a promo,
not any,
is one thing, but I don't think there's a single, you know, like, woman in the locker room who could pull off, who could make you emotionally feel about half the things she makes you emotionally feel about. Like, you know, half the time she's up there talking about, you know, all these wild, outlandish sexual things, but at the end, she knows how to bring it all back around in a way that I don't think many people do, let alone like just the women's locker room, like many people at all in the business.
Yeah, it's a huge loss. I think even bigger than any other, like the men's division has always been able to have like different people injured and someone's there to fill the hole. But with Toni Storm, she has been so like pivotal and a catalyst for this AEW women's division. That feels like a much bigger loss than any of the men that have been injured in the last 3-4 years in AEW. So we're going to have to see, and we'll, of course, keep you updated on the latest when in regards to that. But on the other side of the spectrum of the matchup that was kind of teased at Revolution, you have Ronda Rousey, who made a surprise appearance at AEW Revolution last Sunday, and where she confronted Toni Storm during the in-ring segment after her matchup with Marina Shafir. The moment sparked speculation about the reason for Rousey's appearance. According to the Wrestling Observer newsletter, the segment was designed as a one-off appearance rather than the start of a scheduled program. AEW President Tony Khan addressed the situation after the event, but did not confirm any future involvement for Rousey beyond the appearance itself. During the broadcast, AEW commentary also referenced Rousey's return to the MMA world against Gina Carano, scheduled for May 16th, set to stream on Netflix. Since the appearance, Rousey has not promoted AEW in any way, which is noteworthy since Rousey is known to heavily promote her projects. Meltzer notes that one individual close to the situation told him that the part of the motivation for Rousey's appearance was, quote unquote, a vendetta against TKO, which of course owns both WWE and UFC over the negotiations for her fight with Gina Carano. Rousey reportedly negotiated with TKO for over a year, only to have the deal fall through, allegedly because TKO changed the compensation plan for Rousey and Carano, and because they assumed she had nowhere else to take the fight. Rousey ended up going to Jake Paul's MVP, and the fight will now air on Netflix. Meltzer added that WWE was also not happy about her appearance for AEW and viewed it as an annoyance. Fightful Select cited sources within the company as claiming that Rousey hadn't signed with AEW as of yet, and they claimed that her relationship with Tony Khan was good. The numbers that her ROH match in November 2023 generated and the fact that she lives close to the venue contributed to her appearance. The report added that although Ronda Rousey got a desired reaction from the company's perspective, she seemed to have expected a different response. Notably, Dave Meltzer reported in this week's Wrestling Observer newsletter that the segment was a one-off designed for one-off appearance for the UFC Hall of Famer. Following Ronda Rousey's appearance at AEW Revolution, Brian Alvarez of the Wrestling Observer reported that some in WWE were shocked to see her in AEW, and Fightful Select cited that in WWE and TKO as claiming that that was not the case, and at this point they expect her to do anything she can do to go against WWE, TKO, and UFC. Sean Ross Sapp answered on the Fightful Select answers about if Rousey is genuinely signed with AEW. He said nobody in AEW would confirm anything about Rousey being signed, something that many individuals would rush to confirm. It was also reported by Dave Meltzer in the Wrestling Observer that he expects this to be a one-off and not the start of a program between Rousey and Storm. Unfortunately, of course, Toni Storm is out indefinitely. As a result, she was written off of television, with many suspecting that Rousey could have been behind the attack. Rousey is now going to be rumored to be getting back involved in professional wrestling, but she is set for her return to the realm of MMA. That fight again will take place on May 16th, and has stemmed to a lot of kind of like speculation in regards to what her future is going to be in AEW or in professional wrestling at all. But I love the fact she has a vendetta against TKO. That's like the pettiest reason to show up. I love it.
You know, for what it's worth, I know a lot of people turned on Ronda Rousey, and she turned on a lot of people. Especially towards the end of her tenure at WWE and afterwards, with a lot of the stuff she said about wrestling. She's very bitter about the things that happened in WWE. And I think rightfully so. I think WWE sold her on a bill of goods. I think they sold her on bullshit. They never delivered to her what she thought she would get. She was scorned by them. You know what they say about a woman scorned. Thank you, Rotten Roll. It's easy to understand where it was coming from. Like, she loved wrestling before WWE. And they sucked the fucking passion out of her. They made her bitter. How many people have they done that to? They do that to so many people that work in that company. Even Zeta Steele worked for the ID level. And she was in the interview the other day talking about, I felt the passion leaving. I was like, damn, bro, at the ID level? Holy shit. They suck the passion out of you. I'm sorry if you're a heavy WWE fan and you don't like to hear that, but the evidence is there over and over and over and over and over again. People come out of that fucking company drained of their love of professional wrestling. And meanwhile, they walk into fucking AEW and all they can ever talk about is how much they love it again. You know, so like if Ronda I think Ronda deserves an opportunity. She said a lot of crazy shit though. If you don't believe that, I understand justifiably. And she said it publicly too. That's the thing. People used to have weird conspiracy beliefs, and we would just like dismiss it or whatever. Like for a long time, we knew Brian Kendrick was a wild conspiracy theorist guy, and then people found out about it in a bad time, and it was like, well, now you lost a job. It's like it's just a different time now. So I understand if people are like, well, I don't want her to have an opportunity at all because she said those things. You're right. I'm not against that. I guess I come from a different time, so I didn't put enough weight to it. I was like, she's stupid. She gets her head knocked around for a living, people. I mean, she's gonna say stupid things. They tend to do that. So I was like, yeah, as far as a wrestling fan, if she has an opportunity to come to AEW and kind of reignite her passion and maybe give us something worth watching, I'm down. I'm okay. My mind is open. I feel like to what could have happened. I also really would be amused if she just never showed up again. That
would just be the funniest thing, the funniest story ever. That would be on the level of like Shaq still being in the back of the ambulance and never showing up in AEW ever again, as far as Ronda Rousey doing this angle at Revolution and never showing up again.
It would be just a great thing to talk about in the future. Like, remember that time Ronda hated TKO so much she just showed up at AEW pay-per-view? That's so weird. Never followed up on it. But I expected since the Ring of Honor appearance that someday down the line, because Ronda sees her personal friend Marina Shafir go through this whole transformation, and thanks to the people, thanks to this company, thanks to the wrestlers, I think that she's going to want a taste of that someday. Yeah. I don't even know if she's ready now. I don't know. Even with Toni Storm gone, I don't even know if they should bring her back now. I think if she let her go off and do what Ronda does, I think someday
do all in 2027. All in 2027. Rousey and Storm finally happens. A year in the making. 18 months in the making. That's right.
I mean, honestly, when would she have had the time to get physical, right? You figure the fight is May 19th. She can't get physical before then.
I said it on the Revolution reveal. Yeah, on the Revolution reveal, she probably would have had to show up like the earliest is like the Dynamite after Double or Nothing.
Yeah. To build to a match at All In where her body's actually going to be able to do that physically. If this was ever going to happen, like I don't think she signed, but I do think they talked about a direction. I like the idea that she showed up on pay-per-view and stared down the biggest fucking woman in the company and there was no follow-up even talked about. Get the fuck out of here. That didn't happen. That did not happen.
Yeah. But we got another update on someone, Hangman Adam Page, who is apparently another person who's going to be on a hiatus for some time. He is set to take time off in the near future following his loss at AEW Revolution. As noted, Page lost a vicious Texas death match against MJF in the main event of Sunday's pay-per-view. As a result, Page can never challenge for the AEW World Championship as long as he lives. In the wake of that development, Fightful Select reports that according to sources in AEW, Page will be taking time off from the company. It is not clear if the time off will start right away or if he'll appear on an episode of Dynamite in the coming weeks. All that was noted is that the active plan is for Page to take some time off from the company. In addition to losing the AEW World Title, he also lost the Trios Championships in the weeks leading up to the event, and Page took 4 months off after AEW Revolution 2024, and that was for the birth of his child, and ended up being away for months. It's not sure yet if this time off will be for weeks or for months, and he was not on this week's AEW Dynamite either. Someone that was on AEW Dynamite this week is Will Ospreay. Will Ospreay took to social media following his return at AEW Revolution to reveal when he was cleared to compete. The returning AEW star posted to Twitter to share a video of himself in the ring from the show and noted that he had been cleared for a couple of weeks. He said double fusion surgery date 17th September 2025, got cleared 25th February 2026, back 15th March March 2026. Ospreay has been written off of AEW television following Forbidden Door when he was attacked by Moxley and the Death Riders after the Lights Out Steel Cage match. Ospreay ended up locked inside the cage with Moxley and his group and had his neck pilmanized by the AEW Continental Champion. The angle was done so Ospreay could undergo neck surgery for herniated discs. AEW aired a series of vignettes in recent weeks hyping up Ospreay's return, and his return comes just as AEW started the pre-sale for AEW All In London on Monday, and then the sale was on Friday. Ospreay is expected to be a big part of that show, which airs on August 30th in London, England at Wembley Stadium. This past Wednesday, he followed it up with a matchup against Blake Christian that was no mere squash and saw Christian get in a couple of moves. According to the Wrestling Observer newsletter, the Revolution appearance was not the initial plan for Ospreay's return. The original idea was to announce his return along with the on-sale day for All In at Wembley Stadium in the UK. He did the promotion for the on-sale, but also got a storyline going in advance with Pac resuming and refocusing the Death Riders feud. This makes booking sense. Is that it's not just come see a British star in Britain, but now an incentive to come see him specifically get revenge. Whatever his match may be, it's a good guess at this point that he will be in a feud with Moxley's faction for the next couple of weeks and months. Ospreay was cleared to return on February 25th, as said earlier. So you got Ospreay in, Hangman out for now. Do you think that this is like a foregone conclusion that Ospreay will be a part of the All In main event, Josh?
He fucking better be. That's where I'm at this point. Like, you know, it's the right time to do it, man. Like, you know, we've been kind of waiting for this. You know, has been very selfless because remind you last year, Ospreay was rumored to win, and then they had the back and forth where Hangman was like, no, you win. And then they're like, no, you win, you take it. But he's been very selfless. This time it's like, bro, you gotta be selfish. Sometimes you have to. I think this is the right time to do it. Going back to Wembley, you got, the tickets were selling hot. They did this because of him. I'm convinced that they released the timing of it was because they knew Ospreay was coming back. So it's like he's your biggest selling point. He's your biggest selling point because it's in his home country. He has to be in the main event. It has to be for the title.
Yep, I agree. He's my favorite to win the Owen.
Is it gonna be MJF though?
I don't see, like, I was very adamant like 2 weeks ago that I think it should be Omega beats MJF at Double or Nothing, and it's Omega and Ospreay at All In. However, the numbers don't lie, and they all point to MJF being AEW World Champion means bigger business for AEW. You're coming off of Revolution. We'll talk about the success of that show as far as like the pay-per-view buy rates, but it was sold out, over 12,000 in attendance at crypto.com. The ratings went up for AEW Dynamite this week. The ratings have been up throughout 2026 year over year, and it all points to MJF being the world champion and having this storyline where he has a number of contenders coming after him. I don't know how you take the title off of him and still have him in a big matchup for Wembley. It feels like he should hold on to this title until your big show and then have your new top babyface dethrone him. I feel like that might be bigger than even Omega and Ospreay, even though I want to see that matchup and I would love to see it live. I think that MJF is the money right now, so I don't know how you take the title off him.
Yeah, I mean that's a good argument. Yeah, it's a good argument to have, honestly.
It's he is, people pay to see him get his ass beat. Is what it is. He's doing his job so well. I'm more wondering how, like, where that leaves everyone else too. There's only one main event slot, at All In. Ospreay and MJF have it. Now you've got so many other big names, and you have to figure out where to place those. MJF right now is being chased by Darby, Swerve. Like, what the fuck are you gonna do with Swerve? That Swerve thing is crazy because he almost seems like he's too big, and I don't mean size-wise. I mean, like, his presence is so large and looming. Like, it feels like he has to be, like, there has to be something for him coming right now. Obviously, that can't be the world championship because it is locked up. So, like, but he's far too big of a presence right now to be fucking around, especially after this Kenny Omega thing. It's like, he's got this EVP potential thing, which I don't think he's gonna actually, like, I don't think he's gonna beat Kenny Omega and take his EVP powers.
Me either.
I actually do see MJF Kenny Omega in New York City, because it's gonna be fucking heartbreaking and people in New York are gonna start a riot when Kenny Omega gets pinned off that heat seeker, boy. But Swerve, like, he's such a big villain. There's such big villain potential there. Like, I feel like he could be just as big as a bad guy as MJF is, given the space to do so. And he's also so cool that I don't know. Like, he's also really cool. He's got this inherent cool factor about him. Like, even though he's scary, and he seems like a scary presence in AEW, which is great. He's so cool. I don't know if he can get the same kind of heat, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Unless they prolong the Omega, prolong the Omega rivalry, which they can with the amount of vacations Omega takes, they can prolong it till All In and have the big blow off be at that show. But there's so many directions and so many top stars right now. It's going to be interesting, the road to All In London. But we had some other big news this week from AEW. How about Tony Khan could have owned WWE? Way back in 2023, when word surfaced that WWE was put up for sale, multiple outlets reported AEW owners Shad and Tony Khan among the pool of potential buyers interested in buying WWE. Now, a new report from Post Wrestling's Brandon Thurston reveals that Tony Khan placed a bid to acquire WWE that year. Recent court filings for an ongoing shareholder lawsuit over Endeavor's 2023 acquisition of WWE were recently unredacted, revealing key suitors and bidders for WWE when the company went up for sale after Vince McMahon returned to the company in January 2023. Per the court filings, Base 10, a company backed by Tony Khan, placed a bid for WWE during the company's sale period. Other bidders besides Base 10 and eventual winner Endeavor included Formula One F1 parent company Liberty Media and the private equity firm KKR. Both were widely believed to have made offers for WWE based on previous reporting and public filings, but the court documents now confirm their participation and their bidding prices. The news also confirms that Khan put in a formal bid for WWE through Base 10 for the first time. For clarification, Khan is not mentioned by name in the complaint, but the filing makes the connection between Base 10 and AEW clear. The filing reads, Base 10 is the owner of All Elite Wrestling, a professional wrestling promotion that plainly would significantly synergies with WWE. The filings list Base 10 as making a $6.9 billion offer for WWE. KKR reportedly placed bids of 8.0 to 8.7 billion. Liberty Media placed bids of 8.5 to 8.9 billion. And lastly, Endeavor, the ultimate winner, placed a bid of $8.5 billion. Although the legal filings show Base 10 as AEW's parent company, Post Wrestling's report also notes that the legal filings unrelated to the specific lawsuit also show AEW's parent company is a separate Khan family entity named Beatnik Investments LLC. Both AEW and Base 10 are owned by the Khan family, other than the recently confirmed minority stake in AEW held by Warner Brothers Discovery. Following WWE sale to Endeavor, SEC filings by WWE listed the aforementioned bidders under STARDOMs, and Liberty Media was listed as Strategy Party 1, and AEW Base 10 was listed as Strategy Party 2, and KKR was listed as Financial Sponsor 1. The report notes that when reached for comments, Khan declined to provide a statement on the matter. Additionally, Post reports that press inquiries sent to AEW, WWE, and TKO were not returned, and the plaintiffs in the shareholders lawsuit are alleging that the acquisition process was unfair and that McMahon pre-selected Endeavor due to WME Endeavor CEO Ari Emanuel assuring a future in the company to McMahon. The defendants in the lawsuit reportedly denied this allegation. What would the world look like if Tony Khan would have bought WWE? This would have just been a whole new monopoly within it, which is never good. But I just want to just glimpse into the world into the reality that would have been if Tony Khan had bought WWE. You're muted again, John.
Man.
There you go.
For the first couple of years, that would have been really funny. Of course, after a while, it would have become a problem.
Yes,
but
definitely.
The idea that he bid 69 is so funny to me. Like, you fucking troll. He would have won. He would have just tweeted nice. It would just. I don't think he thought he would win. I think he put the bid in to see what I'm a fucking billionaire. I'll put a bid in. Let's see what happens. You know, it is funny though. I think we all knew, like everybody knew, Vince pre-selected Endeavor because they told him he could still have power, and then they used that scandal to get him out. Like, he's so dumb. He thought he was a real businessman, and then he got business out on day one. Oh, sorry. As it turns out, there's always a bigger fish. Yeah, funny. It would have been fun. It would have been interesting. It's interesting that it even happened, honestly. Good on Brandon Thurston for uncovering that. Even though he's a dick, you know, he blocked me for his mistake. He blocked for his mistake. You know, those people at WrestleNomics posted that Impact rating. They posted the wrong number, and I posted the right number and mentioned that they posted the wrong number because there was a wrong number going around. And I was like, well, that's not the number. This is the number. And I found myself blocked. And I was like, you little bitch. But good on him for uncovering that. That's good journalism.
Yes. Indeed. I love that. That's a funny story. We got a super chat donation from Chuck Berries. Thank you so much, Chuck Berries, for the support. He says, do you think that TK's acquisition attempt of WWE would have been more of a flex or a troll job on Vince and WWE? More the latter. More the latter than a flex.
I would say both, you know, but I think it was more of a businessman because it was a business move because Tony Khan knows the worth of WWE, you know, so he's not a dumb guy. So for him to place the bid that he did, that was him doing his due diligence because they wanted to see, hey, not only to see what the company was worth, but the fact that he was involved. You kind of force your hand to certain situations because then it's like, all right, he's involved, and then this other company might be involved. But we all know at the end of the day, this was already kind of a ruse. At the end of the day, Endeavor was definitely picked for obvious reasons. He's had a relationship with Ari for over 20, 30 years. So, I mean, you know, that's why there's a current lawsuit going on when it comes to that. So, but for him to just place the bid, I mean, that's him being a businessman. He was doing his due diligence. He wasn't going to get it, but what made it more funny to me was that there was actually people who were very anti-AEW fans who were very upset that they heard the number. They're like, no, this can't be true. This is a lie. He didn't put this bid in. And it's just like, why are you so pressed? He didn't get the company. So why are you so pressed that he placed almost $7 billion? Like, you mad he's a billionaire? Like, I don't know. That shit was more funny than anything. It was like, you're mad for something that he didn't get.
We also got a super chat donation from Chuck Berries here. He says, could you guys see TK actually listening to Will Ospreay and signing the artist formerly known as Dakota Kai to add to the women's division anytime this year? He would be wise to do so because, like we said before, it's going to take a collective effort to fill the void left behind by Timeless Toni Storm. So it would be wise to bring in someone like Dakota Kai, who did not look like she lost any type of step when she performed at the Eve show a couple of weeks ago.
She's got so many friends in AEW. Like I think she was on the radar even before this. Like I'm sure that she will be in AEW before the year's over. I'm still hoping they can knock some sense into Bayley. There's so many people in AEW that she seems to be friends with. Speak to your friend. Speak to your friend. They help her make the decision.
Wake up.
She can She can. This would be so great for Bayley. God, there's no one else in the entire industry right now that I want to jump from promotion to promotion. Like, it's just Bayley. Bayley, God, get out of there. There's nothing left. She's fucking around. She's already done. You've already done. They gave you.
They don't
everything.
care about you, yo. They don't care. Come on, come up for air.
Treat you so well. It's so crazy to me because it would seem so obvious. Like if I was Bayley and I'm in this company, nothing they can tell me would make me feel right. Like she's in these interviews and she always seems so beat down. Like, oh my God, what can I do better? What can I do better? You can leave. Get out. Like they're treating you wrong. It's like seeing a girl get abused. Like I can't even tell her nothing. I can't even get in the middle of this because she's going to get back with him. Like, so like I just got to watch from the outside and be sad about it and hope that somebody knocks some sense into Bayley because damn, girl, like you could be given the world and not just like, oh, they're going to give you titles and shit. Like the actual world. She wanted to do the lodestone thing and influence all the younger wrestlers. May I show you someone named Mercedes? You know, like
exactly.
She's doing everything right now. She's friends with you. Like she would help you get into these smaller places in fucking Poland or you know, wherever indie company I never heard of until Mercedes Moné put their belt on her waist. Bayley could be doing the same exact thing. Bayley, come get treated, girl. Come get treated better, girl. Come, like, get out of there, man. What's that? Was it Trey Songz? I forgot what fucking song it was.
I can't help but wait.
I can't help but wait. Bayley, to you.
That should hit me in that before you said it. Before you said it, I was thinking about that. Can't help it, you are. Baby girl, you are a star. And I can't help but wait.
Oh my God. Don't let me get on CapCut.
Speaking of which, Mercedes Moné is making a lot of y'all look dumb because she lost another pair of her titles yesterday for Rev Pro. She's down to 3 titles, putting over Alexis Falcone at the Rev Pro show, and she's been doing amazing. Like just her love for wrestling, like her crying after she dropped one of the titles, just all the love that the person that beat her got, and then she got this great farewell from Rev Pro, a standing ovation. Like her love for wrestling has grown exponentially after leaving WWE. We just want the same for Bayley. We just all want the same for Bayley. But we'll see. Final AEW news notes before we wrap up AEW this week. Sorry guys, there was a lot to discuss from the world of AEW this week, but injury went down on Collision, the Collision taping for Slam Dunk Saturday. Josh Alexander seems to have suffered an injury during that Collision taping. He'll be on the Slam Dunk Sunday edition as he teams with Konosuke Takeshita and El Clone of the Don Callis family to challenge Jet Speed and Mystico for the AEW World Trios Championships. According to those who attended the show, Alexander was helped to the back during the matchup after apparently suffering a knee injury. Despite that, the match continue and the defending champions and the Don Callis family did complete the matchup, so you'll see what goes down on Collision. So our thoughts and prayers to Alexander if the injury is serious. But in better news for AEW, Revolution was a big success. We talked about the attendance and a sellout at Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles for last Sunday's show. In this week's Wrestling Observer newsletter, Dave Meltzer claimed that AEW Revolution 2026 was the biggest non-all-in AEW pay-per-view since the 2024 iteration of the event that features Sting's final matchup. While he didn't provide a number for the pay-per-view buys, he claimed that it was up 27% from the last two shows, Full Gear and World's End, and the numbers both in the US and overseas markets were up significantly from any shows since All in Texas. The report noted that the Google searches were up 60% from the last two pay-per-views and 23.5% up from All In, making it the highest day for the company since All In 2023. However, he admitted that the increase in Google searches was likely due to Ronda Rousey appearing at the event, as the 6 of the top 10 searches related to AEW was for Ronda, while MJF and Hangman was at 16. No other talent apart from Mystico could break into the top 50. Overall, the show drew 12,590 fans and did $1.1 million in gate. The report added that the company initially turned away customers vying for tickets on the morning of the show, but eventually opened up more seats. However, it couldn't sell out all the open seats. Regarding the issues faced by fans in watching the pre-show on HBO Max, Meltzer reported that the problem was limited to Apple TV viewers. Despite this, HBO Max was still able to set its new record both domestically and internationally, with the numbers being around 140,000 pay-per-view buys. So congratulations to AEW on all the success for Revolution. But we also had a loss. Oh, go ahead, John.
No, I was just gonna say a lot of first-time watchers for AEW Revolution. I thought that was interesting. A lot of people express a lot of TikTokers, social media people expressing their first time watching AEW and first time going to an event. I was just like, I don't know if it's quantifiable. I don't know if it's something Dave Meltzer can count, but there does seem to be a shift. Like I know we've said it, but it really felt this weekend more than anything. I really felt like there was a shift in the way outsiders are perceiving AEW too. Like people that don't watch wrestling, or people that maybe used to watch WWE but don't, like they're like, what the fuck is this thing that keeps going viral with the nasty weapon spots and all that shit? And then AEW provides that Texas death match on your first night out, and you're like, what? This was a success on many levels. On like many levels, AEW Revolution was a success. I'd love to see them keep this fucking momentum up. This is gonna be great. Yeah. It's wild. It's wild.
So it's funny. So because of that match, right? I have a coworker, like I mentioned before, right? That he's gotten back into wrestling, and every time he sees something like WWE related, he was like that. How he hasn't liked it. And he's like, I don't know what it is. He's like, I just really don't like it. I want to like it. But then when he saw the Revolution stuff, he saw like the clips from MJF and Hangman. He asked me about it, and I told him about it. And because I told him about it, he ended up buying like the pay-per-view after the fact. Like, so he bought it like Tuesday, and he watched the event. He's like, yo, this shit was crazy.
It's that word of mouth. Like, I think because AEW had like a 2-month stretch of just great shows on TV that built up to Revolution, and then the Revolution card had all these great matches that on paper you knew were going to deliver. I think it just created this big, overwhelming buzz for the show that we hadn't seen since probably like All in Texas. Like, they got to continue this. Hopefully they can rebound from a less than stellar episode of Dynamite this week, and they should, because they got Kenny Omega versus Swerve Strickland on that show. You got Tekla and Mina Shirakawa for the women's division for the women's title, and then you also got Darby and Rush. So I think that they're going to rebound well. Hopefully they can retain some of that 730,000 viewers that watched this show and they weren't turned off by a lesser show from AEW, because it's so hard to continue the level that they were at heading into Revolution.
You know what, though? If you were just watching like Raw and SmackDown and shit, and that's the Dynamite you saw, you're probably not going to be able to tell the difference.
Also good point. But unfortunately, we lost one of the legends of the wrestling world this week, Dennis Contry, wrestler and founding member of the original Midnight Express, passed away this week. AEW World Tag Team Champion Dax Harwood of FTR announced the news on his Instagram account. Contry was only 74 years old. Contry was a founding member of the original version of the Midnight Express with Bobby Eaton and their manager Jim Cornette. Kadri wrestled and competed in many territories over the course of his illustrious career, including AWA, NWA, Georgia Championship Wrestling, Mid-South Wrestling, Jim Crockett Promotions, and many more. He retired from the ring in 2011. Harwood also started a GoFundMe campaign to help cover for Kadri's funeral expenses. FTR and CM Punk previously paid tribute to Kadri on the August 5th, 2023 edition of AEW Collision after the show went off the air. On behalf of all of us at THH, we send our condolences to the family, friends, and fans of Loverboy Dennis Kadri. Any memories on Dennis Kadri? Probably before a lot of our time, but I've gone back and watched Midnight Express, man. They're so good, especially the original version. I always say Bobby Eaton is like the greatest tag team wrestler of all time, but Dennis Kadri and his chemistry with Bobby Eaton, it's timeless. You could go back and watch those Midnight Express, Rock and Roll Express matches, and they're still as good as they were in the 80s, good now. So shouts out to him and thoughts and prayers to his family and friends.
It's definitely one of those things where it was before my time, but like I've done homework because you have to if you really care about this business. You want to see how if I know when I was younger, it was harder for me to watch older matches because I was so stuck in the more modern way. But now that I'm older and I can kind of identify how that stuff becomes what we have today, it's always really interesting, especially with like teams like the Midnight Express, to see all the things they created that seems so normal to us. All the double teams and the hot tag styles that seem so like normal to us that they straight up created and thought of. All that stuff is so interesting. So definitely, if you have the opportunity, try to go back and test yourself, see what you can identify. It's really fun if you're into like knowledge and challenging yourself. But my thing for the Midnight Express is that as they got older, they you could tell by their appearance on Collision and the things that FTR did with the Midnight Express on television. They never like turned on newer wrestling. Like a lot of the old people turn on newer wrestling. Oh God, it's in bad taste. All that bad shit that they say. They were very happy to take part and try to give what they could, even if it maybe passed them if in their own mind. So I always respect that attitude from older people. I love old people that are willing to learn still. So many old people just decide, I know everything. I don't need to learn nothing. And then they get left behind. Yeah. I love an old person that's open to taking it in.
Yeah. Absolutely agree. But we got to move on from AEW to the partner promotions portion of AEW. ROH TV on Honor Club on Thursday. The show featured Deonna Purrazzo scoring a victory over Billy Starks to retain the ROH Women's Pure Championship. Post-match, Hyan and Maya World came out to celebrate, only for MIT's Athena and Diamante to attack before the babyfaces fought them off to stand tall. You had Mark Davis beat Angelico in singles action. Busta and the Brain picked up a win over the Dark Order, while Robin Renegade picked up her upset win over Rachel Ellering. The Lethal Twist of Jay Lethal and the Swirl beat the Superstars in trios action, while Nick Wayne beat Commander in a good main event to retain the ROH World Television Championship. Heading over to Japan, you had Stardom. The Cinderella Tournament final was last weekend. That show featured Hyan picking up a win over Aya Sakura in a fine opener, while her sister Rina scored a victory over Miyu Amasaki in a good matchup for both Hyan and Rina to advance to the Cinderella Tournament final. This led to Hyan defeating Rina in a superb encounter encounter to win the Cinderella tournament final. The winner of the Cinderella tournament gets to wear the Cinderella dress and gets granted a wish. Later on in the show, you had Hyan, who donned the Cinderella dress and announced her wish was to challenge Konami for the Wonder of Stardom Championship, which led to Konami ruining her moment by spray painting her and the dress in her face as a setup for the All-Star Grand Queendom matchup for the Wonder of Stardom Championship. You had Reina Yamagami beat Hanako to win the Future of Stardom Championship, while India Suis scored a victory over Hazuki to win the CMLL Women's Championship. You also had Sayaka Karara and Natsupoi of Cosmic Angels beat Hates, Saya Kamatani, and Konami in a good main event, thanks to Karara pinning the World of Stardom champion in her return. Post-match, you have Karara, who challenges Kamatani to a title match at All-Star Grand Queendom next month in Yokohama, 1 year since Karara's idol, her mentor, Tam Nakano, was retired by Saya Kamatani. So that's a big matchup for the main event of next month's big show in Yokohama Arena.
Cosmic Angels on the line, right?
Yeah. If Karara loses, Cosmic Angels must disband. So you got Saya, who's already freaking retired, the leader of Cosmic Angels. Now she's trying to end the faction forever. It's gotten a lot of debate and people talking about it for Stardom. I don't know if they're gonna go with Karara to win. I like her. I just don't think it's how does she follow what Saya Kamatani's been able to do as the Wonder of the World of Stardom champion.
That reminds me of like when Kobashi lost the title to what's his name that ends up not shit in the bed, but it was like, damn, how they had this idea to put over a new person. It was like, how do you put a new person after Kobashi, especially after the legendary reign? I don't think Saya Kamatani is gonna lose here. I think that this is the end for Cosmic Angels, which I like. It seems like sad, but also who better to do it, right? Like, I don't know if you remember, like Tam left her legacy to say, like, I give it to you now. Like, this is exactly. I give everything I am. You take it and you push forward with it. So who better to end Cosmic Angels than Saya Kamatani? So I'm like, I got no problem with that at all.
Yeah. It makes sense, and that would be like a big finale for All-Star Grand Queendom. We'll be covering that for sure, like we did last year here on the channel. I'm gonna call up Scott E. Wrestling, our expert when it comes to Joshi wrestling, on that. But we got to stay in Japan for the New Japan Cup tournament. Ending off this week, you had last Sunday, day 9, featured Yuya Uemura defeating Shingo Takagi in a great main event, while Boltin Oleg picked up a win over Ren Narita for both Uemura and Boltin to advance in the tournament and head to the semifinals. So 2 young guys on the left-hand side, and the same happened on the right-hand side of the tournament as Shota Umino picked up a big win over his rival Zack Sabre Jr. in an excellent main event to the day 10 show, followed by you had also Callum Newman scored a victory over former IWGP World Heavyweight Champion Hiroki Goto in a good bout for both Shooter and Callum to move on to the semifinals. So the final 4 was all the new generation: Callum Newman, Shota Umino, and also Yuya Uemura and Boltin Oleg, which led to an excellent final 2 matches in the semifinals, where you had Callum Newman pick up a win over Shota Umino in a tremendous main event. This got a lot of people eating their words on Shota Umino, convinced a lot of people that Shota Umino is actually good. And yes, he is. He has been good for a long time now.
The whole time. The booking got weird, but damn, how could you forget? We were rooting for Shooter for a reason.
Exactly. There's a reason for that. But it also, as good as that matchup was, you had Yuya Uemura score a victory over Boltin Oleg in a banger as well. This led to both Uemura and Callum to advance to the final. And my, oh my, did these 2 guys deliver. If there was any question that New Japan is in good hands with the Reiwa generation, man, they are, because you had yesterday's morning New Japan Cup final, which had Callum Newman defeating Yuya Uemura in an absolutely outstanding main event encounter to win the New Japan Cup final, and Callum Newman becomes the youngest winner in the history of this tournament. Thanks to his win, Newman will now face Yota Tsuji for the IWGP Heavyweight Championship coming up at Sakura Genesis on April 4th. Post-match, you had Yota Tsuji come out and confront Newman to make the match official, but man, this was a statement by both Callum Newman and Yuya Uemura. Uemura proving himself to be kind of the next up, the new young ace. He's got Hiroshi Tanahashi down to a T, basically, in regards to being the white meat babyface and such a great in-ring performer. And Callum Newman, 23 years old. He is the youngest ever at pretty much everything, and now he's going to try to be the youngest ever IWGP Heavyweight Champion. Elsewhere on this show, you had Konosuke Takeshita made his return to New Japan. He picked up a victory over Yujiro Takahashi in a decent bout to retain the NJPW World Television Championship. Post-match, he issued a challenge to Shoto Umino for his next defense, and TMDK, Zack Sabre Jr., Roye Uyawa, Hartley Jackson, and Kosei Fujita scored a victory over Unbound Company's Knockout Brothers, Daki Nagai, and Yota Tsuji in a good 8-man tag team matchup. Post-match, you had Yuto Ice and Uyawa cut a promo exchange to set up KO Brothers versus TMDK in a rematch from New Year's Dash coming up at Sakura Genesis for the IWGP World Tag Team Championships. I know you covered it for Dirt Sheet Radio, so what did you think about the New Japan Cup final with that matchup between Callum and Uemura in the main event, John?
Ah, man, you said it. It made you feel hope. Like the whole tournament, honestly, let's be real. Yeah. The whole New Japan Cup has made me feel like complete. Like, I mean, I already thought New Japan was going to be okay, but fuck, like after this tournament, I'm like secure. There are so many right now who they can put the effort in and then put the weight behind to go with as like the guy for a little while. I think like, I don't even know when they're going to find a one, because there's so many right now. There's still like a great race happening to see who's going to come out on top. Because I know Yota Tsuji's got the title now, but I still don't feel like we've cemented who is the new ace of New Japan Pro Wrestling. And I think there's still such opportunity for so many guys. At one point, it looked guaranteed to be Shooter. Right now, it looks guaranteed to be Yuya. Fucking Oi was right behind him. And then you've got the Gaijin stepping up too. Bolton, Oleg, fucking Callum Newman. There's so much going on in New Japan right now that I'm so excited to see. But this main event was like the cherry on top of that feeling. This was like the ultimate version of that feeling, because they went out there and they had the full on, I'm not sure how long it was, but it felt like the full New Japan epic main event. Like they were capable.
I think it was like 25 minutes. I think Callum and Shooter went 30 minutes, but you're absolutely right. It felt like that old school, like 2010s epic New Japan main event.
I loved it. And we called Callum, or at least I did. I think you guys might have disagreed on that.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I literally told Callum Newman, I think you're winning the New Japan Cup. And he's like, yeah, I'm winning. I'm the guy this year. And he said it with all the confidence of a 23-year-old. I was like, oh, I love this guy. I'm rooting for this guy so much. I had so many people online that were telling me, oh no, shoot, Uemura is going to win it. I was like, nah, Uemura needs to win the G1. That's the bigger win for him. He's my guy to win the G1, but it was Callum's time to win this tournament.
You know what else too? I got this cool feeling watching the matches in this tournament that it was like, I think for like every major match in this tournament that involved like a younger guy, it felt like we're gonna see this again in like Wrestle Kingdom. Like this is gonna be a main event someday. Like I can't wait. Like this feels like the beginning of a new story for all of New Japan, and I'm really excited to see what's coming. Especially like Callum Newman's so young, he's gonna lose Yota Tsuji, okay? But that's okay. That's okay. He's gonna have this chip on his fucking shoulder that he already has. It's gonna make it even deeper and darker. It's gonna be great for Callum Newman. It's Yuya and people like Yuya Uemura who need that bigger win down the line, that G1 win, and then potentially that world title win. Because I think it's probably time. Like, you figure he'll take it in like October, unless they hold off to Wrestle Kingdom again.
So no, like, I think they should wait again. Like, they should need to bring back the regular traditions the G1 winner going on to Wrestle Kingdom, because Uemura versus Tsuji, that's such a statement. Wrestle Kingdom main event of this is now the new generation. This is now the rivalry you need to follow. This is Hiroshi Tanahashi versus Nakamura. This is Tanahashi versus Okada. This is Okada versus Naito. Now we got Tsuji versus Uemura.
I also felt, and I'm gonna feel this way forever, Oiwa and Ice again in the middle of the fucking show. They had like this awesome ass promo segment. And I was like, God, look at the future, baby. Like, they're not even in the main event right now, but let's fucking go. I can't wait to see that. It looks like we're leading to another tag match between TMDK and Knockout Bros. I can't wait to see that. Like, it's all over the card. I'm excited for New Japan right now. It's really fun to watch again.
Yeah, coming off the heels of New Japan Cup, I was like, man, New Japan is going to need some epic Gato fumbling the bag to lose freaking promotion of the year. Right now, they're my promotion of the year because I feel so optimistic, because we live in this generation of pro wrestling where we're begging these companies to put over the young guys. We're begging for Kyle Fletcher to get propelled into the main event scene in AEW. We're begging WWE to propel the Oba Femis and the Bron Breakkers and the Javon Evans and the Trick Williams in WWE. We're begging TNA to find their next young star and propel like Leon Slater or sign Ricky Sosa. Like, you live in all these different promotions, you're begging for them to push the young stars. And in New Japan, they're doing it, and they're doing it better than everybody else. Like, this New Japan Cup, the final four was the four guys that benefited the most from this tournament. Yuya Uemura feels like the next top babyface. You got Shota Umino, who has completely redeemed himself from the failures of the Tokyo Dome and the failures of his big babyface push. You got Roye Uyawa, who wasn't in the final four, but he got so much from this tournament and standing up to Zack Sabre Jr., having that epic matchup that he had with him in the tournament. Bolton Oleg is having a career year where he's a double champion and putting on bangers right now. And then you had you got Callum Newman, who wins the tournament and now feels like he's the top heel in New Japan Pro Wrestling. I'm so happy to be a fan of New Japan Pro Wrestling right now. Love to see it. Love to see it. But yes, we got more to discuss from the wrestling world and from the New Japan world, because apparently it seems like this is going to be a reality. I didn't really want to believe it, but we got to talk about this report of Evil and Hiromu Takahashi seem to be on their way to WWE. It was a new report that came out with a bit more context on this. As reported, Takahashi announced his departure from New Japan in February, while Evil announced his in January. Super Jcast podcast reported earlier this week that both Hiromu and Evil were expected to sign with WWE and would most likely start on the NXT brand to get acclimated to the WWE style. The Wrestling Observer newsletter reports that Evil had been tipped to go to WWE since January, and that there were rumors of Takahashi going to WWE before he publicly announced he would be exiting New Japan. Takahashi said in an interview with Tokyo Sports after his New Japan exit was announced that his goals had not changed, including wanting to become the IWGP Heavyweight Champion. Dave Meltzer questioned whether that might hurt his chances at making it in WWE if they think he may have his eyes on an eventual return to New Japan. Neither man has confirmed where they will end up at this time. It was reported earlier this week that Evil is in talks with WWE and wants to start in NXT as it would help him adapt to the WWE style. And he also reportedly wants to bring his established character into WWE as well. So
who doesn't?
Don't do it, Hiromu. That's all I have to say. Don't do it, Hiromu. That's my only thoughts on this report.
I was fine with losing Evil. You know, like I felt like he even fit in WWE very well. But
Same.
Hiromu, I don't feel like fits in WWE. Not that I don't have faith in his skill. You know, I don't have faith in them seeing him the way I see him or others see him, or maybe in the way he sees himself. He mentioned he wants to go to WWE with his established character. Good fucking luck. Like, you know, like you're gonna end up like Iki Manjiro. You know, like he's gonna be a jacket time. It's jacket time. Like fucking,
Him with
you know,
the,
walk
with the little Bulges jacket that he wears at Wrestle Kingdom.
And they're gonna be like, "Oh, that's perfect. That's gonna be your thing. We're gonna do it sometime. You're gonna come out and we're gonna practice your entrance now. It's gonna be this whole fucking corny thing, and then he's gonna get like the Danhausen push for a couple weeks, months, and oh boy, I'm not looking forward to it. But you know what? They made the decision. I hope that it does turn out well. My mind is open. You know, if it ends up being good, great. I want to see it. I don't got no faith that WWE is gonna book Hiromu Takahashi the way that Hiromu Takahashi should be booked. WWE doesn't even have the kind of spot that I would want to see him in. Like, that doesn't even exist. Was he gonna go out and have a fucking 8-minute great match with Dragon Lee on Raw, and like that's the ceiling? That's what the fuck we're looking forward to here? Yep. Fuck that. This isn't gonna. I'm not looking forward to this.
Doesn't sound like a good time to me. I agree. We'll see. We'll keep you updated on the latest in regards to Hiromu and Evil's future as it progresses, but we'll see if they sign. Finally, we got CMLL. CMLL as the partner promotion to AEW. They had Martis Popularis on Tuesday, which had Esfane, Neon, and Templario scoring a victory over Galano Fantasma in a fun trios main event. Yeah, Los Hermanos Chavez beat Los Valanos in a very good tag team encounter. And then Friday night, you had CMLL's Legends Tribute, which is the show featured Hechicero defeating Claudio Castagnoli to win the CMLL World Heavyweight Championship. A big response from the fans there as Claudio finally getting dethroned. You also had El Sky Team picked up a win over Wheeler Yuta, Daniel Garcia, and John Moxley of the Death Riders to retain the CMLL World Trios Championships. And they also announced this week about Claudio Castagnoli that he had signed a dual contract with both CMLL and AEW, becoming the first All Elite Wrestling star to do this. What did you think about Friday night's show and the news of Claudio signing, John?
The Claudio signing was awesome. I got a message from the press when it, like, the press release thing, and I was like, "Oh yeah. Fuck, hell yeah!" I was so excited. I almost wasted time being excited instead of getting the news out like it's my job to do. I was like, yeah, let's fucking go. But I was excited to see Claudio sign with CMLL and AEW. One, because when we talked, he mentioned that it was a dream of his. So I was like, fuck yeah. And also because I was worried that I was pretty certain that Hechicero would win the belt on Friday, but same. I was worried that when he did, we wouldn't see Claudio in CMLL anymore. I was like, shit, I hope it's not over. Guaranteed not to be now. So that is great. The show on Friday, though, was excellent. Like, it's just another excellent Viernes, but this time it was Homenaje a dos leyendas. So we're
I don't know how to say that, so I just said Legends Tribute. That's what it was listed on Triller as.
I see a lot of the fans of CMLL, they put it down as like H2L. So I figured I would give I would give that name a effort. To be fair, I do speak Spanish. It's just not as good, and it's embarrassing to be bad at something. Like, I understand it a lot more than I can speak it. Like, I understand it fine. I understand the commentary in Spanish, and I don't even think I'd want to watch it in English. No offense. Like, there's very good people on that team. But I just appreciate watching it in Spanish. But the show itself was a tribute to El Satanico in particular. El Satanico was going to have his final match here, one of the legendary Rudos heels in CMLL's history. So the card was littered with a lot of his students and former partners, and so like he had an opener with like La Infernales, which is like a group of girls that train under him, and they got to win over the babyface girls, including Persephone and Catalina. Which I'm like, I know that they book things different here, and I know like the titles don't matter or whatever, you know, but it's so fucking weird to see Persephone go from like the main event into like losing in the fucking curtain jerk match, like the one that plays on like Facebook for free. Like, God, this kind of stinks. But it's just the way it goes. Like, I know, I get it, you know. But besides that, they had the Inferno Cup, which was won by Averno because La Copa Infernal. So like he kicks Ultimo Guerrero in the dick and wins like heel because we're paying homage to El Satanico, who's like legendary heel. So that was cool. But the actual goodbye ceremony that they did was really good. Listen, I got no emotional attachment to El Satanico. I don't really know him other than knowing that they were paying tribute to this old man on this show. I'm just getting into this stuff. But it was a pretty fucking great ceremony. Like, I felt like I got, as someone who doesn't have the full context, I felt like I got enough of it to appreciate it. So that was really cool. And he goes out there, and him and Blue Panther and Atlantis have this like 3-way old dudes match. Listen, you gotta give him respect because they're old as fuck, and he goes and climbs up the stairs and does this like super fucking senton off the stairs, misses, basically lands feet first on Atlantis, and God, he's almost dead out there. But it was, listen, he got a standing ovation. The vibes were there. I'm not gonna judge this as like a fucking wrestling match. The dude's been wrestling for 52 years. The fact that he was able to go out there and perform at all, good, you know, that's great. But I was more like the matches that actually took me by surprise, and they shouldn't have, were the apuestas matches, the bets, the wagers. The girls had a 3-way where the final girl who got defeated would get shaved, and everyone was sure it was going to be La Magnifica, but she was out first. So it was like Marcela and Princesa and I don't know how to actually pronounce her name. It's like Suget. I don't know how to say her name. But the princesa gets shaved, and her fucking hair had all the her hair was all complicated. I was certain that it wasn't gonna be her because she had like these like wrapped and curls, and it was so much so that when she actually did lose and they were shaving her head, it took extra time because they had to get all that shit out the way first, and they're like trying to rush her, and they're like trying to rush the curls out of her hair, whatever. It was a bit of a mess, the haircutting part, but ultimately it was a really emotional moment. That, and then I got the results in front of me. Pólvora loses his mask in that wild ass 8-man match, but he gets a mask as Jose Luis Grande Escalante. 25 years as a pro.
What a name.
This was what a name, right? You get unmasked and your name is that? Okay, shit, you'll be fine. Like, but yeah, highly emotional. And for people that I'm not really familiar with, both these matches were able to pull me all the way in and get me involved emotionally. That's the goal of wrestling. That's what makes watching CMLL so fun, is that I don't actually know everyone, and they're still able to perform in a way that pulls me all the way in. The 2 apuestas matches were like my favorite matches of the week, just because I didn't know any of these fucking people, but by the end I was like fully involved. I was like, damn, I feel like a kid again. This is awesome. So yeah, great show on Friday. Great show on Friday. Death Riders against Sky Team was faster than I thought it would be, but you got this excellent fucking moment of Moxley being on the outside, bewildered.
Yeah, beating up.
He's beating up Daniel Garcia.
Put an armbar on Garcia. I saw that. Great stuff.
It will be interesting to see if the Hechiseto Claudio thing carries over into AEW, because it does have the Death Riders versus Don Callis family implications.
Yeah. We'll see if they follow up on that. They should, though. They definitely should. All right, we've come to the end of the AEW and partner promotions end of the show. We're gonna say goodbye to our good brother John Escudero. Thank you so much, John, for joining us this week. You have become the sixth man for the flagship podcast, and always love to hear your thoughts on AEW, New Japan, CMLL, and everything in between. They can see it all the time over on Dirt Sheet. But go ahead. What were you gonna say?
You guys are just gonna talk about WWE now, right?
Yeah.
I have been here for the whole time. I might as well stick around. I've got nothing to do.
See, this is why you're the GOAT. This is why you're the sixth
Tag
man
me
of the
in.
flagship podcast.
Tag
Come
me
on,
in.
man. I gotta hear
in.
his thoughts on Raw. I gotta hear his thoughts on Raw.
Yes, we're gonna go into it. We're gonna save TikTok time for next week. We're bring it back when Chrissy Love is back with us, since it's our favorite time of the show, and we're gonna get into some WWE SmackDown. We had SmackDown on Friday night. But yeah, the Friday night SmackDown, as per usual, was it was a show. It was a show. Not that show. Wrong show there. But yes, you had the show featured Drew McIntyre attacking Jacob Fatu after an apparent car accident in the parking lot, bloodying his rival. This led to McIntyre coming out to the ring and calling out GM Nick Aldis, referencing his son Donovan being ashamed of the corporate stooge he's become, until Jacob Fatu came right back out. He basically no-sold a car accident to continue his brawl with Drew and put him through the commentary table with a running splash. Later in the show, they were seen brawling backstage. Finally, the broadcast ended with the two men brawling on a scaffolding that led to both Drew and Jacob falling off and crashing to the ground as the show went off the air. Damian Priest and R-Truth, the great tag team that's been tag teaming for all of 3 matches, beat the MFTs to win the WWE Tag Team Championships, thanks in large part to outside interference from the Wyatt Six. You also had back later on in the show, Solo Sikoa got upset with the MFTs backstage, which led to Tama Tonga calling out his leader, saying that he's sounding a lot like Roman Reigns. You also had the Irresistible Forces versus the Bella Twins went to a no contest after outside interference from Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss. Post-match, Nia Jax and Lash Legend once again laid out all 4 women, just like last week. You also had Jade Cargill came out for her latest confrontation with her WrestleMania 42 opponent, Rhea Ripley, after Rhea said that they had talked enough and wanted to fight. It looked like Jade was going to bail when Michin and B-Fab came out to stop her. But then they sided with Cargill and jumped Rhea 3-on-1 assault, forming a new faction on SmackDown. The Motor City Machine Guns scored a victory over Fraxium in a good match, thanks to outside interference from Candice LeRae. Aleister Black defeated Sami Zayn in a solid bout, thanks to a distraction from Trick Williams at ringside. Jelly Roll was called out by Kit Wilson, who challenged him to a poetry slam, where both men had poems prepared for one another. When it looked like Jelly Roll had the upper hand after making yo mama jokes, Kit attacked him from behind and hit his twisting elbow drop to leave the country music star laying in the ring. Later on in the show, Jelly Roll asked Aldis for a fight with Wilson, which was announced for next week's show. Carmelo Hayes defeated Ilya Dragunov in a straight up banger to retain the United States Championship. And then finally, Randy Orton came out to cut a promo explaining his actions against Cody Rhodes last week, saying that Cody told him that he wanted the Viper and that he wanted Orton to listen to the voices in his head that led to him knowing what he had to do and putting Cody down last week. After vowing that he would beat Cody at WrestleMania, backstage you had Matt Cardona confronted Randy and called him out for what he did to Rhodes. Orton called him a mark-ass stooge and an indie nerd before laying him out with a right hand. Later on in the show, you had Jelly Roll talk to Orton about the man that he has become and how he has changed WWE for the better, and wanting him to be that man and not who he was last week. However, Randy received a phone call from a mystery individual who told him that he needed to do with Cardona. This led to Orton feigning an apology to Cardona and then laying him out with a low blow and an RKO. Orton then proceeded to brutalize Cardona at ringside, ending this whole entire beatdown with Pillmanizing Matt's arm in a steel chair. Josh, what did you think about Friday night's SmackDown?
SmackDown has some good stuff. A lot of bad stuff, but some good stuff. Like Carmelo and Dragunov was really good. I thought it was a banger of a match, to be honest with you. They always seem to have good chemistry, so at least we got that. As far as everything else, I mean, R-Truth and Priest winning the tag titles, I'm very mixed about it. Like I'm happy for Truth and Priest, but then I'm like, Truth and Priest that just won the tag titles when you have a whole entire division of guys and you went with the tag team that's had 3 matches to win the titles. I guess anything for the MS for at least you got the titles off of this fucking team, because I'm sick and tired of looking at them too. So I guess that's a plus. The Jacob and Drew stuff to me was I thought it was okay. I thought it was a little over the top for my liking, just because it kept just going on and on. You telling me these 2 dudes fought for 2 hours? Like it was like the Chicken and
3
Eric Griffin.
3 hours, yeah.
3 hours, even worse. You see, look at that. That's worse. 3 hours. What is this? Like, what are we doing?
All the police.
And then the way it ended too, like falling off. Like WWE always does that. Why did they always do that weird spot where it's like both men are hanging and then it takes for like one man to fall for the other one too? It's like, okay, that's what we're doing. That's how you end the show. And then obviously the Randy Orton stuff. Him and Matt Cardona, fucking loser. Orton buries him, rightfully so. And then, him and the Jelly Roll stuff, I thought that was better. The Jelly Roll stuff with Orton was better than the bullshit we got in the ring with Jelly Roll.
That segment was fucking awful.
Yeah, that was rough. that was rough.
That shit sucked. That was the only thing on the show that I will say legitimately sucked. I didn't like the women's tag team title matchup, but the Jelly Roll and Kit Wilson, it objectively sucked.
I mean, the thing is, because it's like there was people who saying, "Oh, I was entertained." I was like, "No, there was nothing entertaining about it." So it was really bad. Just because like the whole idea of like a poetry off, that's corny. Like, what is this Vince McMahon booking that we're doing right now when it comes to stuff like that? Like, just make it regular. Just make it fucking normal. Like, we all know this man's getting a match at WrestleMania. Just make it fucking normal. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to do all this dumb shit just to say, hey, Jelly Roll's gonna have a match at WrestleMania. And then then Matt comes back out, then gets penalized by Orton. I don't know what he was thinking. I'm like, bro, you're a loser. So why did you come out to call out a guy that you're gonna get your ass kicked?
He didn't even call him out. He believed that Randy Orton was gonna apologize to him.
Oh, that's even worse. You see,
stupid. Yeah,
he's an idiot. You know that shit remind me of. Remember that time when everybody was comparing it to? Remember that time when Zach was on the wheelchair and he got thrown off?
Yeah.
Yo, I mean, come on, he's a loser. Like, he's a bum. Like, you finally got TV time, and then you get that, you get roasted, and you get your arm broken.
I think that for him, I think he feels like if he does this well, it will end up like a Chelsea Green situation where eventually a spot will open up for him and he can be a character like her. I don't see that happening for him. I don't think the men's roster works in that way like that.
Nope.
Like, someone else who's better will get that spot. Like, there's just more of you. And he's always going to be what he is now. So,
Yeah.
but I think the things that he wants out of wrestling are different. I'll give him that, because we could be laughing at him and he's just happy to get paid enough to get his little action figure shit. And I would be too. I got collections that I like to support and shit. I got hobbies, but I don't know. I feel like I would hate to think that he signed thinking that it was gonna be anything else. Like, there's no way Matt Cardona signed back with WWE and didn't think that this was going to be the outcome. There's just no way. I refuse to believe that.
couldn't believe.
Like, I hope not. Anyway.
I believe it. I believe he resigned because he thought it was going to be different. And I stand by that 100%. Because at least with Chelsea is more willing to, I want to say, fall in line. But Chelsea knows what her job is, right? But then when Chelsea started getting momentum, she kind of sees her value. Like, she has self-respect. I don't think Matt Cardona has self-respect. That's the difference. And that's why they treat him the way that they treat him. Like, that's why they treat him the way they fucking treat him. They didn't want to sign him back. Remind you, they did not want him. He fucking begged them. He fucking begged them to sign him back. And he probably got back because of Cody. That's the only reason why he probably got back. Right? And again, there's something wrong with wanting to go back to WWE. And I try to be mindful of that. But at the same time, it's like, bro, you had something going on. And then it's like, you're fucking begging them. Like, to me, that's weird. Like, you didn't do what Cody did, where Cody just showed his work. And they're like, oh, shit, like, he did this. You know, he did his thing. Let's sign him back and let's make him a big star. No, this man, you know, during the fucking indie god bullshit, he fucking, during this time, was still fucking begging WWE to get a job back. It's like, bro, what are you fucking doing? Now he got it back, but now you're like you're still a loser. I don't know.
Kevin Owens is probably smiling at home with what Orton does. And look, WWE does not understand that they fucked up. Orton is not getting booed whatsoever. He tried to cut a heel promo. He tried to heel on the fans. He said smiling at the fans made him feel empty. Didn't get not a one. They were like, boo.
Yeah,
not a
empty. Fuck yeah, feel that shit. Everybody wants all night Orton. That's the meme. Like, what the fuck made them think that turning Randy on Cody was gonna make Cody come out looking great? Bro, he's going to get so booed at WrestleMania. They're going to have fireworks going off to bucking garbage coming down on him in the ring. Or he's going to have to win at this point, or he's going to have to close WrestleMania with the title. That's going to be the only thing that satisfies him.
It's really a self-fulfilling prophecy by Cody. Because what has Cody said since he became a top star in WWE? I want to be the next John Cena. Well, pal, you're 2010 John Cena, where you're a guy who should have turned heel, but this company refuses to turn you because they don't believe they have another you right behind you. So they're going to keep you babyface, even though the fans are ready to turn on you at any one moment. If they put you in against any other top guy, you are getting booed.
Yeah, and the sad part, I mean, not the sad part, but the thing is that Orton's best version of himself is when he's heel Orton. So the fact that the people got what they basically wanted, that plays a factor too. And it's like, because we even talked about it last week. Like, do you think it's a bad thing about like what's going on? And I'm like, yeah, because it's been 3 years in a fucking row where you have somebody in legend status turn on Cody, and it's like, what are we doing? All three guys are favorite. They're like, they're over with the crowd. Like The Rock, obviously, he still has the big fan base. You turn him heel on Cody, and then you got what you got. Cena, who was finally embraced, you finally turned him heel, and then everybody cheered when he got his ass kicked. And then now Orton, who's reached that level because he doesn't really need to prove anything. You had him turn heel on Cody, and it's like, okay, this is 3 years in a row that you've done this to the road to WrestleMania. You want me to feel sympathy for this fucking politician, and it's done the opposite. So why should we feel bad?
It's just he's gonna get so booed at WrestleMania.
They were chanting one more time after he broke Matt Cardona's arm. Do it again. Break the other one. Break the other one. Break his legs. It's wild.
Imagine that. Imagine it was like, okay, we did it, guys. And then you see him like saying it, and he gets scared, like, oh no. Like that freaking meme, like the what is it online? The meme where like somebody robs a house and like, oh, he's dead. And then he moves, like, wait a minute, he's not dead. That's Matt Cardona. Like, don't break the other arm, please. Don't do it. While everybody was fucking cheering.
Oh man, this shit had me dying. I was dying laughing on that.
The R-Truth Damian Priest tag title win. I wanted to honestly. It's not even at this point when I talk about WWE's tag division or being a joke or whatever. It's not even out of concern. Like I don't care anymore. They can't convince me that they care. So why should I care?
Yeah.
They did that little fake shit a couple years ago where they changed the belts at WrestleMania and they updated the names and shit. And I told you guys, I said it when the day that shit fucking happened. I said, but look at who won these belts. The tag titles were the Raw belts were won by like The Miz and R-Truth. And then they had DIY on this side, but it wasn't like they were being featured with any significance. I saw the writing on the wall, and now look at this. There was like 6 months of the MFTs and the Wyatts fighting for a lantern. It wasn't even like you invoked Bray Wyatt's name for nothing, for the fucking most garbage, paint by numbers, boring ass WWE insert McGuffin here storyline. That shit sucked. And now the change is that we moved it to a random comedy pairing. So like, I don't give a fuck. You know, like I don't care that R-Truth and Damian Priest won. I think it's funny, but people are happy that R-Truth has a belt because he almost got fired or whatever. If that's what you take from it, whatever, fine. He's got a belt. I'm happy that he can look like he could be on TV every week now, I guess.
Yeah,
but this
man.
sucks. Yeah. Like this whole shit. The whole tag division, everything they got going on surrounding the title sucks. They got Motor City Machine Guns looking to start like a faction with Johnny Gargano. Well, what the fuck does that do for any of them? Like,
I don't know. I don't know what any of this does.
Yo, I like how that, you know, when people didn't mind the pairing, like how Jonathan, the way he said it, it makes it sound so bad, and it's like, oh God, he's right. It doesn't sound pleasing.
No, it's not.
Honestly,
it's
real,
great. It's great wrestlers, but what are they going to actually do?
What's
with
the
them?
substance?
Like,
you know what I mean? Like, what's the substance?
There's no
behind
substance to it.
It's WWE, right? So just think about how they would use a faction of fucking cruiserweights and Candice LeRae. Like, what the fuck is Triple H gonna do with that? You think it's gonna like?
But then I don't know
what is gonna main event? Like,
you added Motor City Machine Guns, like we doing way more than that, you know? Because even with the whole Gargano stuff, like the Gargano stuff, it's based off of him being depressed, like. And it's like you just having a man planking. Like, what are you doing with him? Like, you know? And it's not, to be honest with you, it's not even good stuff. It's not even entertaining, at least to me, because I'm like, this man should be doing more. And it's not like Gargano doesn't have charisma. I think like when you give him something, he could be good at it, but this is not it for me. So even when you're trying to put this pairing, I'm like, what's the purpose behind it? Like, what are you doing? Are you just giving them TV time? That's cool and all, but I want something good.
They don't care about any of that. They don't want to hear any of that. The other thing I wanted to mention was what do y'all think about the new Jade Cargill stable with B-Fab and Michin, which totally makes B-Fab and Michin look like fucking idiots.
Yeah,
they got their ass whooped and handed to them by Jade for the last 6 months. They got injured by Jade, and then they come back and they form a faction with Jade.
And then the crazy shit is that got the most attention. Like, you know, I got paid the most for Jade Cargill and her fucking new baddies. I'm like so mad. I'm like, you're eating this up. You're eating this up. This sucks. Like, this sucks. And you're all eating this shit up. And Michin gets to be a baddie now. Like, first of all, I always thought Mia Yim was more than that, but I guess they never did. So I'm not like surprised. They never really used her as more than that. But shit, like I've seen this before. Like I've played these games before. Like this, you know what? It's WWE, and as far as like character factions, it's probably not going to end up good for BFAB and Michin, but maybe it'll prop up Jade. Like maybe, I personally am not interested, but because I've seen it before and I just basically know where it's going to go. Like they've basically copy pasted her entire AEW run so far. It's wild too. It's a worse version of it too. Like it's not even good. You like
the Jade and Rhea matchup. Like on paper, it looked like a great matchup to do at WrestleMania, but in execution, this shit has sucked. There's no substance to it.
Yo, remember when you said 0-2? Yeah, they went 0-3.
She's out there. They were out there talking about, oh, my body is made for precision. Your body is made for looks. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what are we talking about? What is this shit? Why aren't they just fighting? What? Like, you ruined it. You ruined the whole thing. You ruined Jade versus Rhea. And that was like the most interesting outcome out of all 6 of those fucking outcomes that you could have had coming out of Elimination Chamber. I don't know. I think WWE fans have given up on Jade, or they just think she sucks. I don't got no defense. I'm like, you know what? You're right. She made the choice to come here. She regressed. She don't got no pushback because she's getting titles and she feels like she's progressing. Fine. I don't got no interest in defending that. That is what it is. Sure, there was a time where it looked like she might end up being a great, but I don't see it anymore. I think that shortly WWE will give up on Jade, and eventually she'll fade off of television. She'll lose passion for pro wrestling, and we'll never see Jade Cargill again until WWE decides that they want to bring her in for whatever fucking bullshit one-shot appearances they can convince her to do. I mean, honestly, that's the future I see.
I mean, I think it's even generous to say about her passion for wrestling, because I mean, I don't even know what it is. Like, you know, for me, I feel like wrestling for her has always been like a stepping stone to doing other things. I don't think it's never felt like this was like, this is my job, this is my career, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. And it's fine. There's people who do that, but there's never been a sense from Jade, even when in AEW, where I'm like, yeah, I probably see her doing this less than 10 years, and then she's gonna make her money, and then she'll probably venture off to other things. And there's been no different in WWE. WWE, I think I've seen it a lot more because we've seen that progression, right? And for a while, I've been trying to hold on to like, hey, you know, she's learning, she's learned the WWE system, but then the problem with that is you made her out to be a big deal signing. Like, you announced it on your website. You're the one that put that out there, that we signed Jade Cargill, you know? And this is why she gets the criticism she does, because people expected big, greater things, and they feel like they haven't gotten that. Yeah, they gave her a world championship, but then it's like, how long it took her, 100 days to defend it?
Yep. And she's only defended it once. We do have a super chat donation from Chuck Berries. Thank you so much, Chuck Berries, for the support. He says, a minute ago, y'all were talking about a wrestler adapting to WWE style. I'm curious as to what exactly is WWE style, LOL. I mean, it's very much a simplified version of pro wrestling. They have a set of moves for you to do. It's all about knowing where the hard camera is at and knowing how to hit your move in front of the hard camera so you could get the pin and you're facing the hard camera afterwards. It's more about production than it is about the in-ring work.
Yeah, like Cody works a perfect WWE style. Same thing, CM Punk, Roman Reigns. same thing, masterful main event guy where he would take his time. Sometimes he'll get out of the ring and get back in. Like that's what the style for WWE is more of. Whereas, like, again, it's not only just simplified, but it's like what SP3 said. It's more about knowing your angles, hard cam, and all that stuff. Like, that's what that means. You know, so it's not, I mean, again, it's not that we're knocking that style. It's just that's how they do it. That's how they produce it on their TV.
Yeah. It doesn't work. It doesn't work for everyone. It doesn't work for a lot of people. But the people that it does work for, it works for really well. Like you mentioned, the Roman Reigns, CM Punks, they pull out those, what would we call them? American heavyweight style matches. They're slower. They're more showman style. Like, they're not, you know, Japanese heavyweight. You think of brawls. You think of, I call it main event style. That's what I like to call it.
Yeah.
Main event style.
Yeah.
Not even WWE style. Main event style wrestling.
Yeah, which Punk is like that. Like, Punk has always fit that well for WWE.
Yeah.
And that's why it's always funny, like, when I have, like, this kind of conversations about Punk where people thought he was this high flyer. I was like, no. Punk's moveset, it was very simple. Like, he'll do, like, certain things. But I'm like, no, he was, like, very made for WWE for a long time.
It helped him as he got
see-
older. It just helped him to adapt.
Yeah, a guy like Bryan Danielson is funny because he can adapt to any style, so you can see the shifts in style. Being a fan of his helps you identify the different styles of wrestling. You can watch a Bryan Danielson WWE style match. It's still a great fucking match, but it's a very different Bryan Danielson match than you'd get post his
That's
WWE.
striking. That's striking.
It's also helped him develop like the perfect style in the end, because like after he left WWE, that ultimate version of him that knows where the boundary is, so that he knows exactly when to step out of it, so that it changes. Like, oh, it makes you feel like, oh shit, like I saw something unbelievable. That's because you were being led by the hand for a second, and they just let go of you out of nowhere. You're like, oh, what's going on? It's cool. Like, everything has its uses, you know?
Yeah, it works for some people. Some people can adapt to it, and some people thrive in it. And that's how you see who's like the main eventers in WWE nowadays. Speaking of which, going over to Monday Night Raw this week, which it was another interesting episode of Monday Night Raw. I said it was a show of two halves when I reviewed it for Rated Raw review. You had the opening segment, which saw Seth Rollins and his gang of masked men starting off the program again, saying that he will kill what he created in the Vision. This brought out Paul Heyman, who said that what Rollins did to him, it meant FAFOFA. F5, which brought out Brock Lesnar. Seth threw all of his masked gang at Brock, who destroyed each and every one of them one by one. Why they are attacking him one by one, I can't explain, but it all led to the real reason for this segment, Oba Femi, who came out and answered Brock's WrestleMania 42 open challenge by laying out the beast incarnate with the fall from grace. Oba stood on Brock's chest and pointed to the WrestleMania sign to signal that he was taking the matchup against the Lesnar. Penta picked up a win over Dragon Lee in an awesome bout to retain the Intercontinental Championship. Meanwhile, you had for the Women's Intercontinental Championship, it was AJ Lee who made her first defense, scoring a victory over Bayley to retain the WWE Women's Intercontinental Championship. Post-match, she embraced Bayley, but then she was attacked by Becky Lynch, who returned and laid out the reigning champ. You had elsewhere the El Grande Americano beat the original El Grande Americano in a decent opener to the show. Stephanie Vicaire defeated Raquel Rodriguez in their 47,158 matchup in the main event of the show. And then finally you had Roman Reigns, who came out for the final segment and called out his WrestleMania 42 opponent, CM Punk. They had a promo exchange where Punk stated that he deserved what he got last week, but it was the right message from the wrong messenger, and questioned if Roman was still the tribal chief. Roman called out Punk for not main eventing anything without him this year, and that he had heard all this before along with the part-timer stuff, but he's above this, and told Punk to not waste his time until he has something to say. Punk stated that he planned on humbling Roman by beating him at Mania, but Roman stated that Punk holding the World Heavyweight Championship is an embarrassment to him and everyone else because he's a try-hard who is just old. That great diss, that great burn led to Punk punching Roman out, and the broadcast closed with Roman laughing off Punk for overreacting and showing that he's in the champion's head.
Man,
That sucked. That sucked. It sucks so bad too. I was actually enjoying, like, I liked the first exchange they had a lot, and
Same.
then the second one was like, okay, I didn't hate it, but it wasn't bad. And now this one,
it just
bad.
when they ended with the dead father stuff, it's like, okay, so you kind of escalated this. You didn't have to.
Yeah.
You kind of escalated this to a point that you either have to scrap in the next confrontation or Roman has to cut as deep as Punk just did. And then to end it off with, you're old. That just was like
Roman's trying to sell it, and he's like, you see, he snaps at anything. Oh, I was like, bro, he was talking about your dead dad. Like, what are you talking about right now? He snaps at anything. Hit him, kill him. Like, what are you talking about? Bro, this sucks so much. And then you find out that there was supposed to be a more intense confrontation, but there was a shift for some reason. I guess because Roman was supposed to bring up the dog, which, like, people, you can say whatever you want about it, seeing it coming, but it's more so because it's the obvious destination. Like, that's what you're supposed to do next. You want to talk about my dead dad? Aren't you wearing your fucking dog on your jacket right now, bro? Like, don't make me set that shit on fire, like, on television. Like, something, you're like, CM Punk gets to talk about the dead dad. CM Punk is the guy that poured the ashes over his head after Paul Bearer died. CM Punk, I better not find out CM Punk put the kibosh on the doggy insult. Like, don't get me wrong, bro. Like, I've lost a dog or two. I've felt it. It goes on, stays with you forever. It's mourning for real. But once you brought up the dead dad first, like, that came up on television. Like, that's equal. That's alchemy. That's equivalent exchange. That's give and take.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. And
you got to give that one up.
Yeah, because it's like eye for an eye. It's like you can't do this, and then because the fact that it's like Punk brought up his dead dad. Your thing is, oh, you're old, and that's what set you up. Like, oh, who's that?
No,
we had to run in.
Genevieve here, little Jenny. She said hi, but she ran off.
No, but it's just that. I mean, the whole exchange. I mean, fuck, like by far, like the worst. Not only the worst one, but it was like the shit that was being said. The only good line probably out of this whole thing was from Punk, where he mentioned like the Samoa Joe thing. I thought that was pretty good, but besides that, everything else was bad. Like this man said, "Punkamaniacs." Oh my god, I almost threw up. I was like, no, he did not just fucking say.
I was like, does he think he's Hulk Hogan now? Like, that was so
like,
weird.
I was like, what the fuck was that? But then, the fact that this man called him old and he, that was the way that they wrote it out. I was just like, man, what's crazy? I just turned 37 and I embrace it. This man got reminded he's old and he got upset. This is why I'm the better Punk. This was why I wrote that thing. I did that tier list. Right? I'd never been to Saudi Arabia. He went back on his word and he went to Saudi Arabia. So I'm saying on my word, I'm never going there. Absolutely not. You see? Already. And I'm old. He hates being old. I'm the better Punk. And I've always said that. And like I believe that. But the fact that was your way out of like, oh, you know, like I'm gonna bury you next to your dad. Oh, you're old. Something ain't right. Like what the fuck was that? You know? And then the fact that Roman was trying to sell it, I thought that was even like, I'm like, bro, come on, Roman, like you're better than that. The fact that you try to sell that, like really, like, that's
the only way for him to recover is to come out next week with Larry on the shirt. You gotta wear Larry on the shirt. I don't know what else to do, bro. You gotta come out with the dog on the shirt. You gotta rip it in half. You gotta do something. Jey Uso crashed out harder than Roman Reigns did about Roman Reigns' old father. Jey Uso was gonna kill CM Punk over Roman Reigns' dad, and Roman came out talking about some "you're old." That's the thing. It's that the whole emotional hook.
Yeah, Roman barely addressed the father thing. He barely talked about it. It was so weird. So weird.
It's like the Usos were way more worked up the last 2 weeks about it over Roman. This man is like, you know, they ain't doing nothing. It's like that dude, remember in Dark Knight? What was it? The Dark Knight, when the dude was off the roof, he's like a 5-story fall. Ain't gonna do nothing on me. That was fucking Roman about the dad. Like, you think talking about my dead dad is gonna do anything? I'll call you old and look, that got to your head. No, that's not good. I don't think that's good. That's not good.
And it's a shame because I felt like the opening segment turned out it was starting out shaky with Seth and his masked man, but Oba Femi stomping on Brock Lesnar's chest, that was the highlight of Monday Night Raw this week.
That was a good moment for Oba.
He felt like the new top star. Now WWE just has to stick the landing. They gotta have Oba beat Brock, and then he needs to be the one who dethrones Roman or Punk. Hello.
Oh, she back. Hi.
Yeah, she can't open this bag of chips. I'm here with my strong fingers.
I love that.
Yeah. Don't tell that to John Carlos Stanton because he can't open bag of chips, but he could hit freaking he could freaking fit. He could hit 500 feet home runs.
Is that?
Oh man. But now I need them to stick the landing with Oba Femi. Oba Femi is like my only hope with WWE at the moment, despite what he says on podcasts.
Listen,
that was a good moment. It was a good moment for him.
People get like maybe they don't want to support him anymore. I grew up idolizing a guy who went on to kill his whole family. That changes your whole perspective on things. When you have to go through that as a child, it changes how you view people on television. You can be guaranteed that I never developed any parasocial relationships in my life through a screen. Because as a kid, the one time I thought a guy was cool, it turned out he was a fucking psychopath murderer. So I don't attach myself to these people in a way that would make me separate myself if they are stupid in real life. I don't give a fuck about, I don't even know Oba Femi's real name. Okay, I don't know shit about who Oba Femi is, and finding out that he listens to Joe Rogan or Elon Musk. I don't give a fuck. Because at the end of the day, that's not going to affect how they write Oba fucking Femi. The company's got enough MAGA overtones to worry about if you want to deal with that stuff. I'm like, personally, I don't give a fuck, man. That Oba Femi character is who I came to see. As long as that stays being that, I'm fine.
And it's also more of a rib. Yeah, and it's also like more of a rib on our end. Because it's like, like that's the people you listen to. Like, I don't take it as deep. Like, do I like it? No, but it's like if that's how I wanted to view things of like who people like and you know who they support, I'm gonna have a whole bunch. I'm gonna have a long list of people I'm not gonna follow, and I'm like,
I wouldn't be a fan of anybody pretty much in wrestling. It's such few and far between.
It's true.
God, you should hear the stories about Shawn Michaels, man. It's like you talk about God. That's one of my favorite wrestlers of all time. I wouldn't be able to even look at him if I took that stuff to heart that way. Plus, I think the MAGA Femi stuff is funny as hell. I think more people should bring signs to the shows with Oba Femi, or at least hide the red hat, put it on afterwards because security will get you.
Like,
Exactly.
Just put it on the side after you bring the Oba Femi face, you hide the red hat part, and then you stick it on him right when television comes. You know how to play the game.
or it could be he's just moving 18 steps ahead. He don't want to wait 13 years to win a championship. It's probably all part of the plan.
That's
Smart
that's
man.
what it is. That's exactly what it is.
He also on the podcast said that Triple H is his favorite wrestler. I was like, yo, he's playing the game perfect.
It's like, actually, I just think they have a couple of points. I was listening to Triple H the other day, and we were talking about this together.
Great stuff. But with Brock now facing Oba at WrestleMania, it tends to think about the other parts of the card that haven't been announced as of yet. We got an update on WrestleMania 42 plans in the latest reports. With just 1 month to go for WrestleMania 42, Gunther's match at the show has yet to be locked in. The ring general has earned the moniker of the career killer, having beaten Goldberg and John Cena in their respective farewell matches and retiring AJ Styles at the Royal Rumble earlier this year. Given his red hot form, it's surprising that we still don't know what the ring general will be facing in Las Vegas next month. There's a chance that Gunther may not even compete at the Showcase of the Immortals this according to Body Slam Plus. Immediately after retiring the Phenomenal One in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, Gunther kicked off a program with his former partner Dragon Lee, who stepped up for the career killer for disrespecting AJ Styles. After suffering a brutal beatdown, Lee exacted revenge as he cost Gunther an opportunity to compete in the men's elimination chamber, which led to their matchup on the March 2nd edition of Monday Night Raw. According to Body Slam Plus, WWE sources claim that this mini feud was supposed to set up Gunther versus Rey Mysterio at WrestleMania 42. However, with Rey injuring his ribs during a matchup against Austin Theory in late January, the ring general's plans for Mania are now up in the air, and it's unknown if he'll compete at the show of shows if Mysterio doesn't get medical clearance. In this week's Wrestling Observer newsletter, Dave Meltzer had further directions for Seth Rollins, Logan Paul, Trick Williams, and more heading into WrestleMania. Rollins is currently on a collision course with the Vision, but with Bron Breakker currently injured, his match for WrestleMania is up in the air. According to Meltzer, Seth Rollins versus Bron Breakker or Logan Paul is the likely direction. The reports claim that WWE sources didn't confirm if Breakker would be ready for Mania. However, sources in the company claim that it doesn't necessarily mean that Logan Paul would be battling Seth in Vegas. Regarding the Women's Tag Team Championship picture, Meltzer wrote that we seem to be heading towards a multi-woman matchup with Charlexa, the Kabuki Warriors, Lyra Valkyria and Bayley, and the Bella Twins all in the mix to dethrone the Irresistible Forces. He further added we could see a similar multi-tag team matchup for the WWE Tag Team Championships in Vegas as well. Regarding the mid-card, Meltzer wrote that Carmelo Hayes versus Ilya Dragunov for the U.S. title, Dominic Mysterio versus Finn Balor, Trick Williams versus Sami Zayn, and Julia versus Tiffany Stratton for the Women's U.S. Championship seem to be the planned directions. There have been speculations about Mass versus Mass for OG El Grande Americano and El Grande Americano 2 at Mania. Meltzer wrote that this does seem to be the direction, but it's not clear if that match will take place at WrestleMania 42. The report also notes that the country music star Jelly Roll is expected to be featured at the event. He, of course, was on Friday Night SmackDown this week in the segment with Kit Wilson. WrestleMania 42 will feature Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton as a confirmed matchup for the event. According to reports from the Wrestling Observer newsletter, Rhodes versus Roman Reigns was expected to be the WrestleMania main event, with CM Punk facing Bron Breakker. Breakker's injury led to Reigns versus Punk, leaving Rhodes without an opponent. Orton was initially planned to be an opponent for Rhodes after WrestleMania. However, because of the injuries to Bron Breakker as well as Bronson Reed, a WWE moved to Rhodes versus Orton for WrestleMania. Earlier reports reportedly had Drew McIntyre as the opponent. At one point, creative directions were talking about a Hell in a Cell matchup for them. Those plans shifted as the overall WrestleMania card developed, and that left McIntyre in a singles program with Jacob Fatu. The current direction for Randy Orton following his performance at Elimination Chamber, which helped position him as the top contender, setting the stage for this matchup. So that is the current plans for WrestleMania 42. It is insane that you are going to possibly have a WrestleMania without Gunther on the card. That is booking malpractice at its finest.
That's crazy.
I don't even understand. Like, how did we end up here? You know, like what? He is supposed to be a priority. You know, he fucking pinned John Cena. Why was he in consideration to face Rey fucking Mysterio in the first place? Like,
yeah, that's such a downgrade.
What? You know, like there's so many other things he could have been doing. Obviously, they got I could throw out suggestions for days that he could have been doing at WrestleMania that would have had substance they could have built on. What the fuck? You know, like I don't know. I try not to, like I said, I try not to emotionally attach myself because I will find myself frustrated with this company more often than not. You know, it's just fucking, it's like you called it malpractice that they ended up here. I don't think that Gunther is going to not be on the card. I think that I refuse to believe that they're so fucking incompetent that he would just not appear. There would have to be something, a match interruption or, you know, something. But at this point, it's a damn shame that he's not one of the more featured characters on the show. He should be part of the main event scene, but he's this fucking looming mid-card presence. I don't understand how this is a thing. He beat and retired John Cena. I don't know. They're going to tell you to be patient and they're going to tell you to wait. That doesn't fucking work for me. We're already in motion. Like, this is not a wait and be patient thing.
We're 4 weeks away. We're a month away.
Yeah, that's exactly. The whole road is gone. 3/4 of the road to WrestleMania are gone. And in that time, he retired AJ Styles. Great. Killed Dragon Lee. And that's it.
Yeah.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Jelly Roll about to get a match before Gunther. That's crazy.
Jelly Roll's got more significant TV time. He's got a story that people are invested in. He's fucking doing poetry slam battles on
He's
TV.
doing yo mama jokes on TV, and that's getting more time than what they're trying to do for Gunther.
Doing yo mama jokes in 2026.
Oh my god.
What is this, on TV?
Insane to me. Insane. There also was a report about the ticket sales for WrestleMania. WWE announced a special offer where they did for Austin 316 Day, offering a 31.6% discount. The ploy appeared to have worked. Dave Meltzer reported in the Wrestling Observer newsletter the company sold more than 1,000 tickets for its upcoming shows, nearly 2,000 per night for WrestleMania 42. According to the report, the latest ticket sales for night one of WrestleMania is now 39,425. The corresponding number for night two is 40,687. The ticket sales are now 11.2% behind the pace of last year's show of shows, as opposed to 18% that it was last week. Meltzer further added that the secondary ticket market are significantly cheaper compared to last year, and the get-in price for Saturday and Sunday is $237 and $221 respectively. Additionally, the secondary market is reportedly down 33.8% in ticket costs 4 weeks ahead of the event compared to the same period of time last year. So, hey, they're trying anything at this point. I commend them. I commend them for trying anything.
Oh, wow. You mean to tell me they discovered that lower ticket prices means more sales? What the fuck? Holy shit. Incredible. Science. Eureka.
That's crazy because remember when they had that first sale, it didn't do nothing, and then they're like, "Oh wait, Austin 316 Day. Oh, let's buy a bunch of tickets now, everybody."
31.6% off. That's outrageous.
That's actually a wild. Like that's a big ass discount. Like that really is. Like
that's significant. You know, that's significant.
And fuck, I'm laughing more at the people who paid full price first, who are looking at the people paying 31% less. Out of desperation, like you got suckered. Okay, I mean, I guess maybe you're happy. If you're happy that you put up your mortgage or whatever to sit in the middle of a fucking stadium, fine. You know, I'm happy for you. I don't think that you should take that. But it is what it is. I paid $400 for my seat at Revolution. I was behind commentary on camera all night long. I did a fucking pussy eating thing on camera. On camera. Yeah, I paid $400 for that.
Dudes are paying $400 to sit with Jesus at WrestleMania.
I mean, that was that one time where he was in the Thunderdome and he got kicked out because he was smoking weed on camera.
That did happen. I fucking forgot that happened. Oh shit.
You did mention this earlier, but we got a report on the Punk and Roman segment on Monday Night Raw. Apparently, it was supposed to go down a little bit differently. According to Body Slam Plus report, the original creative plans for the segment were different. The initial plan was for Reigns to respond to Punk's past comment about burying Reigns next to his late father by mentioning Punk's late dog. It's Larry. Punk's beloved dog passed away last December. Instead, it looks like WWE changed the line and went with the comment where Reigns calls Punk a tryhard, and the promo battle also referenced former WWE superstar and AEW wrestler Samoa Joe. Punk and Reigns will ultimately step into the ring in the main event of WrestleMania 42 on April 19th, night 2 at Allegiant Stadium, but I should have just went with the dog line. I mean, that seems like a no-brainer. I don't know about everybody else.
Time. I just need a little time. How many times did you give the Undertaker, bro? Yo, how long was Paul Bearer dead when he poured the fucking ashes on his head? Right, it was like the same week. It was fucking.
It was the same week. It was when they did the tribute. He interrupted, and then I think the same night he poured the ashes on him. Like, come on, man, come on. It's a
bro. I don't know. I'm not gonna say for sure because maybe someone else thought it was a bad idea. Like maybe it wasn't Punk, but
yeah.
Don't let me find out. Because if I find out it was Punk, I'm going full scorched herb. Like, no way. But we'll see. We'll find out someday. It'll come out.
I hope not. I really hope it wasn't. But it would not surprise me if it was. It would not surprise me one bit.
No. Not at all. Tama Tonga got fined by WWE this week for posting a video of rehearsals last week. According to a new report, Andrew Zarian of the Matman podcast reports that MFT member posted a video of rehearsals last week on his TikTok account. The video is no longer on Tonga's TikTok account where it was originally shared and was online after being posted by a number of users. According to Zarian, the word backstage at SmackDown was that he was fined for violating an unwritten rule about not recording or posting materials for rehearsals. Zarian said he was told it was a significant line, and of course Tonga is a member of the MFTs on SmackDown. I just wanted to let WWE know, in case they weren't aware, Unreal is on Netflix right now, season 2. You can check it out.
I think it's funny that Tama thought he was part of the club like that, man. Damn, bro. You know who wouldn't have gotten fined? Lots of people. Actually, lots of people would not have been fined for that, bro. I could go down the list of people who wouldn't have gotten fined for posting that video. But you are not part of the club like that, my friend. You just got there. They don't even fuck with you like that. You're still just a fucking face dude in the MFTs. You push too far, they can fire you tomorrow. They won't even think twice. Nope. It's funny, the idea that they have WWE Unreal on Netflix and he got fired for doing what they do. But also, I think he probably could have been a little bit smarter about that. I mean, it's the WWE. They are how they are. I would be scared to tweet the wrong thing if I worked there.
Same.
But they control every fucking thing. So I wouldn't even have thought that they would want me to post a video of not just because it was a harmless video, but
it was.
They looked for the technical way it was wrong to give him a fine. That's how you're not in the club, my guy. Like, they gave you a fine because technically it could have been something bad. They want to make an example out of your ass. But in reality, if I'm Tama Tonga, I also wouldn't put the fucking camera towards the ring. You know, that's the big.
No.
The ring has all the wrestlers in there talking and shit. So like, you know, if we're talking facing the stage and all you see is the stage, who cares? You can't even see the ring. You know better than I just think I would have known better. But whatever. It is what it is. Now
He got to get advice. He got to get advice from Jordan Grace. He got to get advice from her because she be posting like backstage stuff. But guess what? She does it smart, where it's like it's not really exposing anything.
Yeah.
He needs to get advice from her.
Also,
like, hey, how do you do
she's
it?
also like half his age, so he's posting like an old ass man on TikTok. Like he's like, you know, the fucking old dude that takes selfies from down here. Like,
Yeah.
it's like
He got an Obama phone. He doing it on an Obama phone and shit.
Jordan Grace knows better, bro.
Bron Breakker has been out of action due to injury. A new report says that there is hope he could be back very soon. According to WrestleVotes Radio on Fightful Select, a source at WWE Television this week expressed optimism in regards to him being cleared before WrestleMania. It was noted that there is a plan for Breakker on the WrestleMania card if he is able to be cleared. Of course, that would be against Seth Rollins. There has been a lot of chatter lately in regards to WWE's potential plans also for Royce Keys for WrestleMania 42. Body Slam Plus reported that there have been eternal discussions to have Keys team up with country music star Jelly Roll at the event. According to the report, the potential match would be built around the respective hardships endured by Royce Keys and Jelly Roll on their road to the top. However, the latest report from Dave Meltzer seems to suggest otherwise. In the latest Wrestling Observer Radio, Meltzer claimed that he had asked WWE sources about the possibility of Rolls Royce teaming up with each other. He was told that the former AEW star was not factored into WrestleMania plans. So as for Royce Keys, he has not been seen on WWE television since making his debut at the Royal Rumble.
You know what gets me?
You know what gets me? He turned down $2 million. $2 million, ladies and gentlemen. From AEW.
I gotta take the chance. Sometimes, you know, I don't know. Listen, they try to sell you on this idea that he needs to be off TV. And this is great that he's wrestling on main event because we gotta get him used to the crowds. I don't see fucking Baron Corbin on there on Twitter defending that. He's gotta get used to the crowds. They debuted him at the Royal Rumble. They literally put him on television already on pay-per-view for like fucking 30 minutes. This is such a garbage ass excuse. Like a fucking Stockholm Syndrome excuse. Like, no, but let me tell you why they're doing it. That doesn't make it right. That still makes it stupid. It's stupid that they signed Hobbs, brought him to the main roster, deemed him unprepared to be there, and then didn't send him to NXT. In fact, we're going to have him working 5-minute dark matches. What the fuck does Hobbs learn about the main roster in 5-minute dark matches on main event that he can't learn doing extended time at NXT where he would actually have exposure or be on television or something? But no, I get this idea that, well, we don't want to diminish him by putting him on NXT, so we're going to keep him a surprise until we figure it the fuck out. I don't understand what with the hula hoops and the hoops these people jump through to make things work for them in their head. It's stupid that they signed Hobbs and haphazardly rushed him to TV just to say, look, he used to be Powerhouse Hobbs, but now he's Royce Keys. See him again in 6 months. Get the fuck out of here.
Tag team match with Jelly Roll. That's the best we can do for you, brother.
Rolls Royce, you get it? You get it?
Rolls Royce. Finally, WWE has officially announced that Dennis Rodman is joining the WWE Hall of Fame. ESPN reported that Rodman will be inducted alongside Stephanie McMahon, AJ Styles, and Demolition in the 2026 class. WWE officially made the announcement on Friday, so congratulations to him. Of course, Rodman was involved heavily in WCW during the 1990s. He took over the sports page headlines when he aligned with the New World Order in 1997. Known as Rodzilla, he teamed up with Hulk Hogan to face Lex Luger and the Giant in the highly publicized main event of WCW Bash at the Beach that year. Following Chicago's win over the Utah Jazz in Game 3 of the NBA Finals in 1998, Rodman famously missed a Bulls practice to appear on WCW Monday Nitro in Detroit, where he attacked he and Hogan attacked Diamond Dallas Page. This led to DDP teaming up with Karl Malone, his rival, on the court against Rodman and Hogan at WCW Bash at the Beach 1998, and he memorably had a matchup with the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage at WCW Road Wild in 1999. He will go into the Hall of Fame on Friday, April 17th. WWE has not yet confirmed the venue for the Hall of Fame or know where it will air, but Rodman is deserving. If any celebrity is deserving, Dennis Rodman was like the celebrity wrestler of my generation in the 90s when I first was watching pro wrestling. So he deserves it.
So someone pointed out that this might be the first person to go into the WWE Hall of Fame that has more minutes of airtime on AEW television than WWE TV.
I mean, yeah.
Interesting. Has he appeared on WWE television at all? Ever?
No, I don't.
No, right?
Think so.
Wow.
No.
I mean, I guess.
Well, WWE owns the rights to WCW, so they consider that. Yeah.
No, I get, like, even still, it's cool to see him go into the Hall of Fame like that, and it's cool to see him back involved in a wrestling situation. I wonder if WWE would do anything interesting with him at WrestleMania. Someone mentioned Cyndi Lauper. Was she not already in the Hall of Fame?
No,
like
Cyndi Lauper has never been in the Hall of Fame, which is crazy. Crazy.
How is she not first?
Celebrity. Yeah,
that's wild. Okay, well, shit. I guess this year's kind of full though. It seems like it seems like that's the full.
They
class.
always do one celebrity, so maybe next year we can get Cyndi Lauper in there. So. All right, Josh, it's your favorite time of the show. It's time to talk about all the C-level WWE shows. NXT, they did 580,000 viewers this week. The show featured JC Jane defeating Sol Ruka and Zarya in a very good opener to retain the NXT Women's Championship, while Booker T was honored with an appreciation night in his hometown of Houston, Texas, with a video package featuring the stars he has helped across the years, whether it was as a mentor or a rival. His family was there, as well as his reality of wrestling students in the ring for a ceremony. The entire NXT locker room came out to applaud him, and he got a plaque as well. Before Keanu Carver tried to ruin the ceremony, Jasper Troy made the save, though, for his mentor Booker as he stood tall and then got pissed at GM Robert Stone for Keanu coming out. Ricky Saints got into a confrontation with Ethan Page as they let their intentions be known that they both want a shot at the NXT Championship. This led to a fight with Joe Hendry as they tried to jump him. Hendry got the better of both men, but Tony D came out and speared the champion and then laid out Ethan and Ricky. This sets up Tony D going up against Ricky Saints next week on NXT. Los Americanos were in action as they picked up a win here against the Vanity Project in 6-man tag team action. Fun matchup there with the Houston crowd behind the fake Mexicans. You had Ren Sinclair won the WWE Speed Women's Championship in her home state over Fallon Henley. The Birthright picked up a victory over Hank and Tank in the NXT Tag Team Championship #1 Contenders Tournament. And Tatum Paxley beat Izzy Dame in a steel cage matchup to retain the NXT Women's North American Championship. Good matchup here. Post-match, though, Tatum was attacked from behind by Blake Monroe from underneath the stage, and she pulled her down to close the show. Then on Wednesday night, you had WWE Evolve. WWE Evolve, the show featured the final matchup of Jackson Drake on the brand as he went up against Aaron Rorick, and we had a new Evolve men's champion being crowned as Aaron Rorick pulled off the upset victory in a rock solid main event and then celebrated with the other baby faces on the show. You had Cappuccino Jones called out Brooks Jensen, set up a matchup for next week's show, while Lainey Reed scored a victory over Xena Sterling, and Cam Hendricks beat Dante Chin. Over on Thursday night, you had TNA Thursday Night Impact. The show featured Mike Santana and Steve Macklin. They had a sit-down conference ahead of their TNA Sacrifice main event. The Nemesis picked up a win over the Righteous in the main event of the show. You also had a Hometown Man beat Frankie Kazarian in the opener. Post-match, Kazarian and AJ Francis jumped the Hometown Man until Elijah came out and made the save for his friend here. Then you also had Mr. Elegance made his in-ring debut as he got a win over Mike Jackson. However, ODB came out and made the save when the Elegance brand jumped Jackson after the matchup. Moose beat Brian Myers in quick fashion after the System were kicked out from ringside. He is now 2-0 against his former faction. Elena Black picked up a victory over Jada Stone, and Ariana Grace and Danny Luna beat the Angel Warriors in tag team competition. Finally, you had a AAA Reina Del Rey's night 1 and 2. You had the show featured last week. You had Dominic Mysterio. Dominic Mysterio picked up a victory over Elio del Vikingo and retained the AAA Mega Champion thanks to interference from Mini Vikingo, who fought off El Hojo. You also had Penta kicked off the show to rile up the crowd. You had Lady Flameur picked up a victory over Bailey to retain the AAA Women's Championship, while El Grande Americano defeated Santos Escobar, La Parca, and the original El Grande Americano in a great four-way to win the Reina de Rey's sword and become the number one contender for the AAA Mega title. Pagano and Psycho Clown went to a no contest with War Raiders last night on night 2, while Mr. Iguana, Ray Phoenix, and Lola Vice picked up a victory over Money Machine and La Hydra in trios action. And finally, El Grande Americano was presented the Reina de Rey's sword, but that was interrupted by the original El Grande Americano, who stole the sword from his doppelganger. I guess you can call him that. But that was all the shows for what we miss, and we finally made it to the end. Josh, we made it to your favorite time of the show, everyone's favorite time of the show, best and worst of the week, moment of the week, and matches of the week. We do have a super chat donation here to get to, though. We got Adrian Carpenter, who says, do y'all think AEW takes Jade back when WWE cuts her? First of all, I don't think WWE is going to cut her. Second of all, no.
No, I don't even think she would. Wrestling, it's not like she wants to stay in wrestling. You know, my thing was that eventually there's going to be mutual lost interest. She's going to be that she'll lose interest in wrestling. It won't get her to where she wants to be in Hollywood, and she'll move on because she has better things to do in life. And WWE will always have an open door for her. But I don't ever see her going back to AEW. I just don't think she's interested in that kind of stuff.
Yeah. It's a mutual thing. They both won't want each other back. So, yeah, she'll be done with wrestling after WWE pretty much. But let's get to best, worst moment and matches of the week. Josh, what was your best and worst from this past week?
Oh, best of the week. I might have to go with best of the week. I might have to go with I'm gonna say MJF for that match on Revolution. Revolution was a hot show, and he retained, and the numbers are showing that him being champion are a great thing. So he's the best of the week in my opinion. Worst of the week, I'm gonna have to go with Punk and Roman, unfortunately.
Best of the week, I'll go with Callum Newman for winning the New Japan Cup, and worst of the week, Ricochet. John,
I forgot about Ricochet. Yeah, Ricochet. he's a co worst of the week.
Best of the week, I'm probably going to go with we'll give it to Hechisero, our new CMLL World Champion. And then worst of the week, I'm gonna give it the fucking Jelly Roll and Kit Wilson Poetry Slam.
fair, also fair. Moment of the week, I'm going with Callum Newman winning the New Japan Cup. John,
Ooh, moment of the week. I'm probably gonna go with Princesa Su. I'm not gonna be able to pronounce her name. Suget. That whole emotional moment of her shaving her head and all that was great. I love that. Moment of the week.
Josh,
Moment of the week for me, Orton roasting Matt Cardona.
fair. And matches of the week, I got 15 because it was a busy week. 15, I went with Fletcher versus Eagles from Collision last night. I gave that 4 stars. 14, I went with Penta and Dragon Lee from Raw. I gave that 4 1/4. 13, Uemura versus Shingo from New Japan Cup. I gave that 4 1/4. 12, Swerve and Brody from Revolution. I gave that 4 1/4. 11, I went with Uemura versus Bolton Oakland from the New Japan Cup. I gave that 4.5. 10, I went with Carmelo versus Dragunov from SmackDown. I gave that 4.5. 9, I went with Zack Sabre Jr. and Shoto Umino. I gave that 4.5 stars. 8, I went with Mystico and Jet Speed versus Don Callis family. I gave that 4.5 stars. 8, I went with Hanan versus Rena from Stardom. I gave that 4 3/4. 7, Andrade and Dorado from Collision. I gave that 4 3/4. 6, I went with Callum Newman versus Shoto Umino. I gave that 4 3/4 from the New Japan Cup. 5, Andrade and Bandito from Revolution, 4 3/4. Then 4, Mox and Takeshita. I gave that 4 3/4 from Revolution. 5 stars I gave to MJF and Hangman at 3. 5 stars I gave to number 2, Callum Newman and Yuya Uemura from the New Japan Cup final. But number 1 this week, FTR and the Bucks 5 from Revolution. I gave that 5 stars as well.
It's hard not to go with that as the best match of the week. FTR and the Bucks and Callum Newman versus Yuya Uemura are just like the two best wrestling matches you're gonna see this week. Probably the 2 best wrestling matches you'll see this month. Just go check those out if you haven't seen them.
Yeah. Josh?
Number 3, I'm trying to think. Number 3, I'm gonna go with Carmelo versus Dragunov from last night. That was a really fun matchup. Number 2, for me it was the tag team match from Revolution, Young Bucks versus FTR. Number 1, the world title match between MJF and Hangman.
All right, that brings us to a close on this edition of the Tru Heel Heat flagship podcast. We got to thank our special guest, John Escudero, for joining us today and joining us for one of our longest episodes ever. We appreciate you so much, good sir, for bringing all the insight, all the knowledge that you have. They'll give you the floor first. Let the people know where they can follow you on social media and when they'll see you again.
Well, definitely follow Dirt Sheet Radio everywhere. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Just Google, search Dirt Sheet Radio, and we are out there. So you can find me giving my takes or whatever, or probably posting clips from this week's episode. I feel like there's a significant amount of them in here on Tru Heel Heat. But also for up-to-date information on professional wrestling and entertainment and film and pop culture and all that shit, head on over to Dirt Sheet Radio. We got it going on. Bye, everyone.
Yes. Follow Dirt Sheet Radio. And Josh, let the people know where they can follow you.
You follow me, JMPunk321 on X and Instagram. And I'll be back next weekend for the next podcast episode.
We'll be back on Saturday for Tru Heel Heat 374. So join us live 10:05 a.m. Eastern time on Saturday. You can follow me on the Twitter machine at Tru Heel SB3. Follow the gang Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok at Tru Heel Heat. Patreon.com/Tru Heel Heat. $3 a month gets you exclusive content. The best way to support us when we're not live here. Next Saturday, we'll have our post show and me and Josh answering your questions for Q&A after the show. So join us for that as well. And I'll be back tomorrow for our New Japan Cup final review. Myself and Jay News breaking down all the action from the semifinals and the finals of this year's tournament. For John Escudero, for the True Jaw Josh, it is me, your Tru Heel Phenom SP3. This has been Tru Heel Heat 373, Untimeless Revolutions, Crowning Princes, and Aging Old Men. We are signing off until next time.